probably in the next election is to have more and more, so that our agendas and for this country should be addressed. The issue of democracy, it is very, very clear that most of our parties in the country, they have been using them for purpose of election. But we have been able to put KANU as a national party and to stand for some ideology which could take us somewhere. So last election we were part of the Azimio coalition. We are now, for some reasons, we were preparing ourselves probably to other coalitions. We are not yet there, but that is some of the few things that we are trying to put into consideration, but not compromising our ideologies on what party of the KANU is and our national agenda. So for now, I want to say welcome to KANU headquarters and feel at home. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. SG. At this particular point, I'd like to revert the mic to our youth. No, they might decide to do a press conference for me if I don't. Thank you so much.
At least he's telling you what the youths in KANU are capable of. Without wasting time, I think we're just going direct to our first session, and I will just have to introduce our moderator of today to actually introduce the panelists, because the topic of today, we're going to talk about redefining the social contract in Africa. So let me just welcome Mwende, our moderator of today, so that she can welcome the panelists.
Good morning. I deserve a better clap. Come on. I deserve a better one. I look good. Come on. Yes. I hope you're well. Are you feeling well? Have you had breakfast? Then tell me a better good morning. Good morning. Or is the cold affecting our good morning? Good morning. Thank you. My name is Mwende Mugambi. I am a technical member of KANU Women's Congress, and I'll be a moderator for today. So if you'll allow me, I'll just introduce our topic of the day, and then I'll welcome our panelists on the stage. And so, like our wonderful MC has told us, our topic of the day is redefining the social contract in Africa. And for generations, Africa's social contract has evolved from hopeful promises of independence in the 1960s to the wave of constitutional reforms and multi-party democracy in the 1990s. Yet, millions, even us who are seated here, still feel that we're excluded from power. We are no longer silent spectators, and we are demanding for governments to listen. We're demanding for governments that listen, serve, and are accountable to the people. Today, we aim to answer the question through this panel: how do we rebuild trust between citizens and the states while building a governance that puts the need of the people first? And today, I'm joined by a very phenomenal panel of experts who will help us unpack this topic. And so I want you to help me welcome the panelists. And this is how we do it. So once I read their name, I read their bio, you clap until they sit down, right? Is that okay? Are you going to help me do that? Great. So first on stage is Mr. Frank Mukwanja. Frank Mukwanja is the Executive Director of the Center for Multi-Party Democracy, Kenya. With over 15 years of experience in the non-profit sector, Franklin is known for his expertise in political governance, democracy development, and strategic leadership. Thank you for joining us, Frank. You guys didn't listen to my instructions. I will say it again. I read the bio first, and once I'm done, the panelist walks to the stage, and then you're clapping for them until they sit down. So are we together now? Great. So our second panelist is Miss Chibeka Matara. Miss Chibeka Matara, 23 years old, is the chairperson of the KANU Youth Congress with a background in political science and public administration. She's passionate about youth empowerment, governance, and inclusive leadership. She represents a new generation of leaders committed to transforming Kenya's political landscape through active civic participation. Clap for Chibeka. Thank you for joining us, Chibeka. Very well. So next on my panel is Phoebe Mungai. Miss Phoebe Mungai currently serves as the Oslo Center's country director for Kenya and Somalia. She's not just a woman, she's a country director for 2 countries. She is a highly qualified governance development and advocacy professional passionate about Africa. Please clap for Phoebe Mungai. Welcome. Thank you for being here. And our last panelist, Mr. Kidi Mwaga. Mr. Kidi Mwaga is the Secretary for Policy and Legislative Affairs in KANU, serving at the National Executive Council. He's also the convener of Interparty Youth Forum, a platform that unites young minds with the common goal of creating positive change in the political space in Kenya. A clap for Mr. Kidi Mwaga. All right, so I'm informed he's held up a bit, but he's joining us in a bit. And so we'll just kick off our panel with just the questions that we have today. And thank you so much for joining me, Mr. Frank, Ms. Chibeka, and Ms. Phoebe. And my first question goes to you, Mr. Frank. And probably just to set the ground rules for our questions, please take 2 to 3 minutes to respond so that we can also have time for question and answers from the delegates. All right, so my first question goes to you, Mr. Frank. The social contract is a crucial agreement between the political parties, leaders, and government with the people. In your general view, how can African political parties, leaders, and government fare in fulfilling their part of this contract?
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you, moderator, for a very good introduction. And thank you, KANU, for the invitation to share my ideas. Social contract. The political and moral legitimacy that politicians derive to govern the people. My view is, in Africa, the social contract is both violated and transactional. And the challenge that we have is that there's a gap between the promise and performance. That we have political parties in Africa that exemplifies the old adage that you campaign in poetry and govern and should govern in prose. But we have a scenario where you are campaigning in poetry and insist on governance in the same poetry. And therefore, the gap between the promise and the performance is quite clear. The second issue is that we have weak institutions as political parties. Our parties are more patronage-based than performance-based. If you look at the landscape in Kenya, you then see that these patrons of political parties continue building mistrust between them and the governed and increasing that distance between them and the governed because the citizens continuously see that It is about elite settlement, it's about elite arrangements, it's about elite enrichment, and not about focusing on the priorities that the political parties, promised when they came into, when they were campaigning and coming into power. And unless we begin to look at the membership of the political parties not merely as passengers, but as mechanics that need to continuously fix the political party, and the party to insist on collective accountability. Because when you do not have a political party with membership that is clearly engaged in the policy development of the party, and you're over-relying on the patron of the party to define the vision, when they get into government, it ceases to be a party vision. It automatically becomes a personal vision. And that then becomes very difficult to hold each other to accountable. But there are arrays of hope that we are seeing in Kenya, and a very good example of KANU now, where young people, through digital activism, through the constitutional change in Kenya, and through other mechanisms, civic agency, young people are beginning to push the line that we want something beyond what we are getting. And therefore, it is an unfinished business that we have as African political parties, as African governments, that the social contract is not entirely ripped apart. It is possible that we can, through the demanding inclusivity, through demanding that the political parties remain platforms for ideas, through demanding that political parties are platforms for accountability, to actually shift the culture from the transactions that we have, from the outright violations that we have, from the disregard of the rule of the law, to ensuring that patronage is replaced with performance-based, that there is an embracing of a public virtue of leadership as a service and not a privilege. And many African politicians have that problem, looking at politics and leadership as a privilege and not a service. That shift in the transactions, in the culture of transactions to public virtue embracing is key in my view to look at. The last point is rule of law, rule of law, rule of law. It is the taproot of good governance. Once you have a party that cannot observe the rule of law in the opposition, they cannot be trusted to really adhere to the rule of law while in power. A government is only as good as a political party that founds it. A disorganization of a political party cannot lead to operational efficiency and effectiveness while in governance. Thank you.
Thank you for the wonderful sentiments, Mr. Frank. My biggest takeaway from, the first few seconds and the first few minutes you've talked to us is that political parties should stop viewing membership just not merely as passengers and insist on accountability. And I feel like that would build a very good foundation for good political parties. And your last statement was the government is as good as its founding party. And so if our parties will stop looking at members as, passengers and start holding people accountable, then maybe, just maybe, we can then achieve our social impact. And just building on that, Ms. Phoebe, as a governance expert working closely with political parties, how can we mold parties into policy-driven and issue-based institutions and not just personality-driven?
So let me pick up. You can hear me? No. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, Wende, for inviting us to the stage and to also contribute and give our views on some of the issues that we as Kenyans and as Africans grapple with, and especially around political parties. Let me start from where Frank ended. members can only be accountable or hold political parties accountable if they understand what they are holding them accountable to. A lot of our members and a lot of citizens don't even understand the process of policy development, for example, and how a policy is developed or should be developed. Why? Because a lot of times our political parties don't invest in consulting their members on policy issues, don't invest in collecting information from the public. And so there is need for a lot of civic engagement, both from political parties, from county governments, from governments, national and subnational level governments, to also educate the public on what role can they play when it comes to policy and how can they hold their leaders accountable, because they delegate the authority that they have been given through their vote. And so therefore they need to hold the politicians accountable. But then when you have a public that does not understand, the only thing they will think about is probably just the handouts. And that is all they want. And that is what they will push for. And so then it's about who really makes me happy, who makes the funniest jokes on the stage, who is sensational when they are campaigning, not on who is really addressing issues that are affecting my life. And so we also need to, as political parties, hold our leaders and our candidates accountable when it comes to having issue-driven discussions. Yes, you need to wow the rallies and the groups of people who are coming to listen to them. But as you wow them, pass your messages through ensuring that you're also talking about policy. I think we have seen in Kenya since 2002 a great improvement in policy when it comes to campaigns. And I think the Gen Z movement, let me call it that, has also shown that the young people are really now focusing on policy more than they're focusing on who you are, what you are, and what funny jokes you have, and how many clicks you have on social media, and you know, how flamboyant you are or how flamboyant you dress. And they're calling the politicians out. And I think this will continue to increase. Why? Because one, we have much more awareness through the digital platforms. Unlike before, where we could only wait for a newspaper to see what happened yesterday across the country, now you get it through real time. And so we need to figure out how do we, as political parties, use these platforms to also pass our policy issues. As political parties, one of the challenges that I have seen is that we form policy committees, and they are ad hoc committees, and they are only formed 1 year or 6 months to the elections. And their purpose is very simple: develop a manifesto. Once they develop a manifesto, there is no continuity in them ensuring that this manifesto is translated either into government, or this manifesto guides their members of parliament in legislative role. Remember, a parliament in its own, whether purely presidential or whether otherwise, it has members of parliament are supposed to oversight. So in themselves, they are supposed to be keeping check of what the executive is doing and what the executive is planning. And so if you have members of parliament who do not understand what your policy position is, then again, your default setting will be to go back to personality-driven politics. However, I like to sometimes say this, that I believe having a personality who wows the public or who the public identifies with is not wrong. I think it is only wrong when the personality does not have a policy in themselves or do not expose any policy issues. And so for me, that's where the gap is and the challenge that we have. So how do we make sure that as we build or have politicians, because at the end of the day, we will still have politicians who will be larger than either the party or will be close to the same level in terms of ranking, in terms of popularity with the party. And so in these cases, when you have such a politician, what do you do and how do you convert it to your own usefulness and also the usefulness of the country in terms of converting that into policy?
I almost forgot that I'm a moderator. Just listening to you, I almost, became someone who was listening to, a part of the audience. You've broken the points down so well. You've immersed us in the discussion. And it feels good to see that we can still see the cracks that are still in our political parties. And also the cracks that are still, in the progress and the process of trying to ensure that we, redefine the social contract in Africa. And I think one of the takeaways from me during your whole discussion was the Gen Z uprising. And the Gen Z uprising kind of changed things, not only in Kenya, but also shifted perspectives even outside Kenya. And we had, we saw people running from tear gas. For those who are not from Kenya, we were running after the police, they were running after us. So it depended on who runs faster. And, we are younger, so they're obviously not faster than us. So they obviously lost a few kgs during that period. And I think it was nice to see young people get up from the comfort zone of our parents will vote for us and now realizing that it is up to the young people to do that. And I think just moving on to Chebeka, who is a great representation of the young people in Kenya. And for those who follow her on social media, she was actively in the demonstrations. She was running from tear gas was running from her, everyone was running from each other. And Chebeka, you're one of the young people in Kenya who participated in the recent Gen Z movement, calling for public sector and governance reforms. In your perspective as a youth leader, what mechanisms can political parties use to harness the voices of young people to advance structured dialogue?
Thank you very much. I must admit that I get very worked up when I'm discussing matters of Gen Z and youth and the activism going on, because it is a reality that we're living in, not only in Kenya, but across Africa generally. I'll try and keep to my notes so that I don't veer off completely, because I'm too passionate about this. The Gen Z movement, of course, showed that young people in Kenya are not disengaged. We are generally deeply concerned about governance and accountability, and generally the future of our country. So in my opinion, first of all, political parties have a constitutional duty. Kenya has the best constitution across Africa, that one, from my research, and I don't know if this is across Africa, it is provided for that political parties have the duty to uphold the values of inclusivity, participation, and accountability. And this means that political parties must create real spaces where young people's voices shape decisions, not just as voters, but as partners in governance and reform generally. So from my perspective as a youth leader, political parties can harness this energy by creating structured and credible spaces for youth dialogue that are built on trust and not control. And this one, I'm speaking directly to my party. It must be built on trust and not control. Parties must institutionalize youth participation, not just through symbolic youth congresses, youth wings, but through formal representation in decision-making organs. And we must be considered in these spaces, not just being heard, but taking our word for what it is. So it is in decision-making organs, policy committees, and all those processes that are formal in terms of how parties come to agreement on what they suggest to the government. And youth voices must influence strategy, not just being used as slogans or symbolic inclusivity. Political parties also should embrace digital engagement. Of course, the Gen Z movement was organized online because this is where we debate, this is where we mobilized, and this is where we choose to hold leaders accountable. This is what we easily access. Political parties must meet young people in these spaces, leveraging on technology to gather ideas, crowdsource policy priorities, and sustain dialogue not only during election period, but even beyond election cycles. Thirdly, I must commend my party in terms of capacity building and mentorship, because these are also key, but it becomes counterproductive if you're building the capacity of young people and you're mentoring young people, but you don't consider institutionalizing their participation and you don't meet them where they want to be met. So structured dialogue works when young people are equipped with policy literacy, just as Phoebe mentioned, and understanding of governance systems. Empowering youth to engage meaningfully creates ownership and long-term participation. We have to all agree that young people are the future of Africa in general. We make up 75% of the population as of now across Africa. So whether political parties like it or not, you have to engage the youth, and you will have to walk through the part of politics with the youth side by side. Political parties must also translate engagement to action, and I'm speaking particularly to my political party. When youth raise concerns on several issues, be it corruption, unemployment, justice, and all that stuff, there must be follow-up, policy responses, and feedback mechanisms, because dialogue without delivery only deepens the existing mistrust. Ultimately, political parties need to rebuild credibility by co-creating a new political culture with young people side by side, not one based on patronage, but on partnership. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Rebecca. And, her final statement, co-create, not based on partnership, but based on? Did I say it the right way, really? But yes, I was just confirming if our audience is listening. And apparently, some people are not listening to Rebecca. And so we should co-create not based on patronage, but based on partnership. And at this point, we can take a break with the English. What do you guys think? Does the panelists have quite a lot of English, right? Do you want us to take a break? I'm talking to the audience. Do you guys feel like that English is too much? We should take a break. Are you comfortable? So at this point, I want you to talk to your neighbor. For those of us who are Christians, we have pastors in our church, and they're always asking us to tell your neighbor, you look good. Tell your neighbor, did you cough in the morning? So I want you to ask your neighbor if he or she has a bottle of water. Do they have a bottle of water? Can you ask your neighbor? My audience is not listening to me. There are people not asking why are you not asking your neighbor if they have a bottle of water? Please. I will ask the bouncers to remove you from my audience. As we do that, please allow me to welcome Mr. Kidi Mwaga. So please, a hand clap for Mr. Kidi Mwaga as he joins us on stage. And as we also take a sip of water from the bottle of water that we've been handed. Thank you so much for joining us, Kidi. Great. Back to you guys. Does your neighbor have a bottle of water? Can we continue now? Amazing. All right, so back to you, Mr. Frank. I can see you're ready to dispense information, to dispense knowledge. And my second question to you is, you're a frequent commentator on political talk shows on TV, where you've spoken broadly about the broken social contract between citizens and political leaders in Africa. From your experience engaging with public accountability debates, how can elected leaders remain accountable to party principles and the people rather than personal interests?
Thank you. The TV commentator is my twin brother. So I will respond.
Are you serious?
Yes,
Did you come with your twin brother?
We will use telepathy to.
Okay, all right. Thank you for that.
To share his comments. Thank you. One of the things is, I think institutional accountability is very important. Parliaments, ethics commissions, independent institutions and independent officers. Using the Kenya's example, we have bestowed ourselves a presidential system with minority majority. And the characteristic nature of such a system is that the executive will have a tendency to capture parliament because, you know, just that's the way it is. If power is given to any one of us, including my good new friend, Engineer Amriat, you will be tempted because you have this vision that you want to drive. And in a presidential minority majority system, it's not automatic that you will be a majority party. And therefore, we see that characteristic a lot. And therefore, this institutional accountability, having these parliaments independent, having the institutions, the independent officers, the controllers of budget, you know, the judiciary, the independent constitutions are very critical to ensure that there is actually an oversight on this. Number two is not just relying on the independence of these institutions, but also on citizens' oversight. The need to reclaim citizen agency is very critical, and that is why we have to continuously celebrate the young people for the actions that they embarked on since June 2024, because this is the exact epitome of citizen agency. You know, making sure that there is audit of power in real time, building the social movements, you know, the media scrutiny, to make sure that leaders and the institutions they lead are actually held to account. And it's particularly very important in a political culture where the political elite know that peace or lack of it is dependent on how they settle their selfish interests. All right? So there's an elite settlement in everything and living out the ordinary folks' views. It's also very key in a setup where the social contract is actually a misnomer. I have always wondered if you walked today into this KANU headquarters and the first thing you did, and you're looking to be a member, and the first thing you did is, and they have quite some very mean-looking security guys at the gate, right? And the first thing you get is a slap. Would you want to join this party? All right? So I have always wondered, why do we want to transact our business in violence? We have a setup where the ordinary folks consider the election process as an opportunity to get something from the political candidates. And the political candidates consider that giving something is actually an investment to be recouped after elections. And therefore, this really brings in challenges. And therefore, another layer should be about transparency and performance contracts. And a lot of African governments are into this language of performance contracts, but the citizens look at it differently. Are there public scorecards that we can rely on to ensure that these political parties and leaders are actually doing the work? Do we have manifesto tracking mechanisms to say whether the regime is performing as per their promise or not? Remember my first sentiment about the gap between the promise and the performance. How do we keep track of this? Do we need these mechanisms in place so that we can actually keep factual, keep the data and asking the right questions? My last point would be, with the advent of the digital and the advancement of the digital technologies, do we need to push the line as political parties, as political institutions, on the need for open data on government delivery, so that then you're actually discussing issues? We're in a country where, and sorry for this, the leadership can come out on a podium and throw out numbers that we have exported 470,000 young people to Middle East, to work there, for instance. And you do a calculation, and you realize that the period they are telling you, even Jomo Kenyatta, our main airport, does not have the capacity on a daily basis to fly out those numbers. But if you do not have your own numbers, then you cannot counter such things. All right? So we need this transparency and performance contracts. We need this citizen, agency reclaiming that. We need institutional accountability, without which I don't think we can make much progress.
Thank you for that. I'm not sure if that's relatable in other countries, I feel like Africa, we share diseases. Our president could, show us numbers and probably, don't quote me, please. Whatever I'm saying next, please switch off the audios. But, a president in a different country could also do the same, right? And so how do we end up holding our leaders accountable? And I think just building on that, Mr. Kidi, over to you. And my question to you is, based on your experience as a public policy advisor, what kind of policies can political parties advocate for, especially through their elected representatives in the legislature, to promote free enterprise to genuinely improve the people's livelihoods?
Thank you very much. I think when you begin to speak about free enterprise, then you go back to the very heart of the social contract. Because the very reason why we set up the social contract is to make sure that we can then collectively be sure that we can take care of our loved ones, and we can have a roof over our heads, and we can go to school and do all these other things. But if you look at the global trend, in the last 1 decade, you see declining, increasing inequality, meaning more and more people are left out of what you call the national cake. Again, with the advent of internet, and you see entire industries appended by internet, it also means that more and more people who are engaged, particularly people with low skill, in low skill sectors, are left without work. This therefore means that political parties, especially as governments in waiting, have got a greater responsibility to ensure that they design intelligent ways to make sure that free enterprise can still then be a tool to ensure that people who are left out and left behind are then brought back into the center of the economy. And you cannot speak about the economy without speaking about the institutions that a country has erected. If you come to majority of countries in the global south, of course, including Kenya and most of African countries, our economic institutions are fairly exclusive. And therefore, it means that if you look at the World Bank data, it indicates that up to about only 25% of our economy is formal. It therefore means that between 70 to 75% of our population are outside the formal economy. When these people are outside of the formal economy, it therefore means that they are also the greatest victims of what you call declining incomes, both in absolute terms and in other terms. Because then when government taxes is rising, when the cost of living is rising, most of the young people, for instance, in the last 1 decade, and since President Kibaki and President Kenyatta, one of the what you call innovative ways our government has told us it is keeping young people on giving them a job is through boda boda. Boda boda is motorbike. So one thing with that is that there is very weak or no social protection mechanisms for these young people, so that one wrong turn, one accident, and these young people's lives are upended completely. So then now that brings me into the heart of your question, that what then can political parties do? Political parties must therefore move very fast from organizing themselves and their politics around issues of clientelism and patronage. Because one thing that clientelism and patronage does takes us back to what Mr. Mokonja was saying, elite settlement. So that whenever there is an issue, including issues like Gen Z, where young people are protesting at how their country is managed, the political class think that when they bring that big politician and that other big politician, that it solves the matter. While the young people who are on the streets are left with bullet wounds, are left with dead relatives to bury, and are left when the issues that took them to the streets are not resolved. Political parties, therefore, must embrace a programmatic programming where they communicate to their people that when they have a chance to lead, how do they ensure that the question of free enterprise, free competition, is then encouraged to make sure that there is also greater innovation, because essentially that is the essence of free enterprise. And then that free enterprise is matched with necessary government regulation to ensure that the markets don't fall. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Kide. For those who don't know, he's also a commentator, just like our twin brother with telepathy over there. And, you can tell from his English that he's used to, telling people a lot of good things. And just moving to you, Ms. Phoebe, on your second question. According to the Kenyan Constitution, which Ms. Chibeka highlighted is one of the best, if not the best in Africa, equality is one of the national values and principles of governance, as it is across many other African countries. Have political parties been responsive to the women and their issues, including mainstreaming them in public policy and governance decision-making?
That's a very interesting angle, because a lot of times when you're talking about women, you're asked, what are we not doing? But I think also it's important for us to acknowledge the steps that have been taken, both by governments and political parties. Let me first start by acknowledging that gender quotas have really helped, and legal reforms in increasing the representation of women across political parties, across governments, across parliaments. And I think that's a step in the right direction. The other thing that political parties have done and done well is to at least enshrine within their party constitutions Women's League. So it's a basis for women to engage, to lobby, to strategize, and to also have their voices heard within political structures. I think the other thing that has happened, and I think this is very prominent, you can see this in a lot of campaigns, and when political parties are campaigning across Africa, is that there is a deliberate effort for politicians, political parties, to have specific women policy issues or women rights issues brought to the fore. So you will have women-specific issues around education, around health, and policies that are very specific to women. Thinking through what other thing that I think political parties have been able to do is to also, and I'll use Kenya as an example, and I think it's probably also an example in Tanzania and Uganda as well, is that when women candidates are running for office, normally there is a nomination fee that you pay to a party. And in most cases for political parties, it will either be waived for some of the women, or it will be half of what the men are paying, which I think are steps towards increasing women political participation, and also steps towards encouraging women to run for office. However, those are the progresses made. So we have progresses on one side, And on the other side, we give and take. So when it comes to gender quotas, as political parties, we don't want to implement them fully. We want them and we use them to mobilize women and to woo them to your sides. But then in reality, we will never implement them. I will give an example that in the 2022 general election, there was a promise that cabinet would be 50-50 for women, at least the women who are in Kenya here. How many had that? But when we look at the reality right now, even 2/3, which is provided for in the Constitution, is not achieved. And so we give on one hand and also take on the other. I think the other bigger challenge that women are facing is the intersectional challenge. So you have a woman who's either living with disability, or a woman who's from a marginalized area, a woman who is in a community that does not embrace women leadership, or believe that a woman can lead, and so many other factors. And on top of that, they're a woman. So when you're talking about marginalization of communities and people in society and in governments, the challenges this woman is facing is very different from the man. So a man from a marginalized community will not have as much challenges as a woman from a marginalized community, because they have like 3 levels of hurdles to deal with and to have to overcome. 2 final statements. The other challenge, of course, is finances. Politics in Africa has become extremely expensive. Extremely expensive. We as African governments and as African political parties, we are not taking steps to try and reduce or make them a bit more affordable. I think that we are going to get to a point where even the men will not be able to access these political seats if they continue to be expensive as they are. When you look at then a woman who's supposed to then mobilize resources to campaign, even in a single constituency seat, for example, it's very expensive. They'll probably not be able to raise that money. They cannot give their title deed to a bank to get money, but a man can do that. And it's their home or it's their only piece of land. So the challenges of finances are extremely high. And for the women, again, that's a challenge. And I think as political parties, if we are truly serious about women political participation and women rights, I think this is one of the things that we need to start having conversations within our political parties. How do we manage this? And how do we make sure that we regulate it in a way that it's affordable and accessible? Gen Z's young people will not be able to marshal the finances required to run for office. Do they have leadership skills? Yes. Can they be leaders? Yes. Do they have solutions to the problems that we have? Yes. But if then they are not able to access, then the problems that we're seeing, their pricings will not go away. So politicians can want to wish them away, but they will not go away. Yeah.
Thank you for that. Politicians, how many politicians do we have in the room? Hey man, no politicians. Let me turn my back. Maybe you guys are not politicians. Maybe politicians are here. Any politicians here? We might as well close the... Oh, yeah, we have a number. Thank you. So please, politicians, just like Ms. Phoebe has told us, yeah, we should start having these necessary conversations. And just back to you, Ms. Chibeka. You're a young political leader who has worked with different political movements or groups across the continent, yeah? What practical steps do you think political parties can take to rebuild trust and make governance more accountable and representative of the ordinary citizen?
Thank you. And For me, it is quite simple. I am one of those people that believe that things can just be done right. It starts with how we engage, even within our political parties. I was interacting with some of you yesterday, and some of you told me that I made it to international news because the KANU Youth Congress disagreed with a decision that was made by the party leader on behalf of the whole party. And for me, it begins with, how do we deal with dissent? How are we dealing with disagreement from within the party before we even move outside to try and influence decisions that come from the government, or if we're part of the government and stuff like that? And can we start by listening? Can we start by giving an ear to the people? Can we start by giving an ear to the youth, the people that matter to you, the people that put you in these positions? Because that's the only way we can live in harmony in terms of these uprisings that we're seeing and everything that's happening across Africa. People are disappointed, people are aggravated according to the situations that we are exposed to as of now. And as political actors, as politicians in the room, as political parties, we have a part to play. And we can play it right and do well by the people. I think it's as simple as that.
Very good. Pray, Jesus. The Murima in me is shining. Yeah. It is play. For those who are not from Murima, for those who are from Murima, please forgive me. But we can play it right and do it right by the people. And so right now, just picking a leaf from Chibeka's statement, she said, giving an ear to the people. And I want to give an ear to you guys. I'm opening that session. I'm opening up a question and answer session. I'll take up 3 questions at maximum. So if you have any question to the panelists, please feel free to raise your hand, and then the mic will be brought to you. Jesus. Yeah, okay. I can see hands up. If I could get help with the mic, please keep your question under 1 minute. Address your question directly to whoever you want to answer that question. And if you're not asking it to any direct person, then feel free to say that it's open to the board and someone will choose to answer it. And keep the questions respectful. Thank you.
Thank you so very much.
You're welcome.
The moderator, KANU, for having this session. And I really appreciate the Gen Zs. I would love 2 questions. But one should be answered by Frank, but through the Gen Z, Chibeka. Why are you partyless? You said when you were doing your demonstrations, you are partyless. Now, why do you join a party first? Is it because of manifesto, the color of the party, black, red, and white? Is that the reason you join a party? To Frank, why do we join a party first? Is it because of manifesto or a vehicle to leadership? Why do we stay in KANU? I've been in KANU now, let's say, for 25 years. I've tried being a member of parliament twice, lost both the 2 times, but I've not left KANU. Why am I still in KANU? And it is very interesting how in Africa now we look at parties. Is it a vehicle to leadership? Or do you believe in manifesto? Then Gen Z, Chibeka, why are you partyless or partyless? Why is that? And then, what is the future of Africa around the parties and the manifesto and the greater big picture of center-right party?
Well,
what do you believe in?
Thank you for that question. I'll ask the next speaker. I had said 3 questions, so there is a delegate here and one there. And for the rest of the team, I'll ask you to kindly note down your question and probably just forward it to us, and then they will respond to it as they give their closing remarks. Please keep your questions short and remember to introduce yourself as you ask a question.
Yes, my name is Jismet Suma of the NGC Party, Sierra Leone. The panelists have touched on so many other areas, but little is said about the internal party constitution, which guarantees the rights of not only the members of the party, but different organs of the party that will give them the platform or the right for them to question the leadership on issues that are not satisfactory to them, without fear of being ostracized on account of the fact that their party constitutions guarantees their right, such that nobody comes and bully them. That is like an important element that ought to be considered. But over and above that, considering the experience we are having in Sierra Leone, when the powers that be wants to dismantle a political party, they allow disregard to the constitution of that party to eliminate individuals they don't want to compete with them. Because they know when that happens, you have two options. You either resort to violence, or you take the matter to the Party Registration Commission, which, if they are in line with the ruling party, ignores your complaint and allow the unconstitutional steps to suppress you, the individual, or the group thereof. So that point needs to be mentioned. I want the panelists to react.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Mr. Kiddy, prepare yourself to answer the question on internal party constitutions. Our final question on the farthest end, please. Him. Yes.
Yes, thank you very much to the moderator and all the panelists. Norman Van Horn, the ACDP, African Christian Democratic Party. So, two questions. How do you balance between party loyalty and the constitution? Because the party took you there to parliament. So I just wanted to understand that one. And also to the young lady, the dissent, because I think in the African continent, dissent is dealt with differently. So in your party, you spoke about dissent. How is it taken? Is it taken as a constructive contribution or what? So I'll just limit to that because I've got 3 questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Great. So the first question will go to you, Mr. Frank. You will tell us how we balance between the party that took us there and what we want to do. And then Chibeka, I believe the second question is meant for you. And to everyone else who didn't have a chance to ask a question, my apologies. My time is really constrained. But I would advise that if you have a specific question to any of our speakers, feel free to see them after this. I'm sure they are here the whole day, right? Feel free to see them, pick their minds, and even if you don't have a question, they're amazing people to speak with. So over to you. As you respond to your question in 1 minute, 30 seconds, remember to also give your final statement.
Thank you. I'll quickly interview that. I have 2 points to make. One on my co-panelist Phoebe's point on the issue of gender equality in parties. I think we will continue circling around this issue. I am a strong believer that the political culture that obtains in this country, like in many African contexts, the culture of transactional politics, the patriarchy, the role of money in politics, the role of ethnicity, coupled with our choice of the electoral system design first past the post is counterproductive. If you look at all countries that have had an achievement in terms of gender parity or moved closer to some good numbers of women representation, first past the post as an electoral system design cannot sort you out in a context like ours. So the conversation of achieving gender equality in our public and political offices, elective offices, must begin with us rethinking our electoral system design. Otherwise, we will continue talking about this and then not realize anything. Intra-party democracy is at the core of a multi-party democracy. You cannot be a multi-party democracy without intra-party democracy. We must build that. Parties need to strengthen their internal democratic systems to be able to achieve this. I think there is an efficacy that has been obtaining on this part of the country that I think we can learn. There's been a strengthening of the code of conduct. In fact, it's a requirement for you to be fully registered as a political party. There is the efficacy around the internal dispute resolution mechanisms that gives right of request party member to ensure that you of course they are played a little bit, and we have seen examples with recently the challenges around Jubilee Party, and they were resolved. And as a Center for Multi-Party Democracy, we have actually advised through the National Dialogue Committee process that the registrar of political parties is so an important office as a regulator to be left to be a one-person office. One officer in an African setup is easily manipulable, and we have seen in some of those decisions. If you look at what is happening in Tanzania, it's just the manipulation of such offices. We want the register of political parties to be elevated to at least a 3-member constitutional commission, so that it has that level of independence and diversity of views, and strengthen it against manipulation, so that people can be able to enjoy their rights, and if they feel that they have been affected, then there are proper mechanisms and some level of independence to deal with this. I think my brother is the perennial candidate of KANU.
Mr. Frank, if I may interrupt. Now, I feel like you've used your 1 minute, 30 seconds. So the 1 extra minute is for your twin brother. So please.
Thank you.
In 1 minute extra for your twin brother. That
yes.
Will be yes.
I didn't agree with the Gen Z on being partyless. I thought they had very good ideas. If there is one stupid, silly idea, and I have told them off, is telling us they want to be leaderless, they want to be partyless. In any case, that is what gave the opportunity of the elites to come together and edge them out. So they must join parties, or they must form parties. They must sharpen the end of the arrow. Okay, that is clear to me. On issue of party loyalty and constitution, it is a very delicate balance in my view. But as first as a citizen is that you must be subject to the constitution of the country. And then number 2, the party rules and regulations are subservient to the constitution. So when you are in a moral crisis, I think, and you're challenging the party position, you must then rely on the constitution to make yourself safer. But we are also punishing ourselves a lot. Do we want to behave like democracies that have been there for 150 years? Or do we want to agree that we are children winning, and therefore we must start with the porridge before we attack the mountain of Sima?
All right, and I'm sure that's not the Uhuru porridge. All right, so over to you, Ms. Chibeka. Please keep it under 1 minute, 30 seconds, including your closing statement.
So this is going to be short. How is dissent taken in my political party? I think as of now, across Africa, dissent from young people, especially within political parties, is unexpected, because youth wings are usually like symbolic caucuses of quote-unquote inclusivity. Yes, the youth are there. So I don't think they expect any dissent coming from us in the first place. So they don't even know how to deal with dissent coming from the young people. Yeah, I am yet to be expelled from my party since I disagreed with my party leader. I think political parties agree that they cannot do without the youth. They are not going anywhere without meaningfully engaging the young people. We are the majority, and we are the change that we want. So they are conflicted. They don't know what to do. And the old people in these parties, first of all, are actually so mad at us because they are used to blind loyalty of yes, 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 yes. They said yes, we are going. But we are a different breed, to be honest. We are not the same.
Yes, we are. Thank you.
We're not the same.
Yes.
There are things and values and ideas and ideologies that bind us together. When I come to KANU party and say I want to subscribe to being a member in this political party, there are things that drew me to aligning with the KANU party, and it was our values. So I am expecting that all of us are here bounded by the same values. So when you go and make a decision or you go and agree outside what binds us all together, it does not make sense to me as a young person to just say yes, yes, sir, you, yes, yes, you. No, I'm telling you, we are a different breed. Political parties don't exactly know. They are yet to figure out how to deal with young people, because you cannot ignore us.
Yes.
You need us at the end of the day, and we're the future of Africa as a continent.
Well, before Ms. Chibeka starts a rally here, before she starts asking for your votes, you know, she seems to be very passionate about it. I will jump straight to Ms. Phoebe. Please keep it at 1 minute and 30 seconds, including your final statements.
Okay. So first, let me say that internal party constitutions are very important. However, in Africa, we hide constitutions like contraband, at least in the Kenyan case. I think a lot of members, a lot of the public have not seen their true party constitutions, despite even national legislations saying that they are public documents. So you are reading a constitution that then another one surfaces and you're told that the one you're reading, by the way, is no longer the constitution. We changed that a long time ago. So this is the one that we are currently implementing. So again, you're thrown off, even if you want to challenge the power that be. So I think that we have to change our behavior as politicians if we really want to use these tools to move our countries forward and also be able to make any meaningful changes. So party constitutions are important. They give the room for policy, give the room for who you are as a party, and even the rights. So even when you have a challenge with loyalty, the party constitution is the one document that can be able to really help you to defend yourself or to be able to have a clear position. I think for me, I want to end by saying that we have been talking about backsliding of democracy. And in the last 3 years, there's been a lot of conversations around democracy backsliding. For me, I still feel that as African countries and as African political parties, we need to define what our democracy should look like. So we know it is by the people, for the people. However, what does that really mean? We need to unpack it so that we're not lost in the debate of not clearly being able to defend it. Because I think with the rate that these young people are coming, they will start to question whether democracy is really delivering. Because we can see that democracy is not delivering in most instances. And so we need to redefine it as political parties. You're the drivers, you're the people with the key decision makers. You're the ones making and creating governments, both at national and subnational levels. And so I throw the challenge back to the politicians. You're the ones losing us as citizens. So you need to find us, and we need to work together on that.
Very nice. As the politicians find us, Mr. Kigi, please remember to keep it under 1 minute, 30 seconds, including your final statement.
Thank you very much. I think that political parties are as good as not only the constitutions they have, but also the culture they build. The culture of transparency and accountability within political parties. I think the party constitution, KANU, that we reviewed last in 2021, we moved away from imagining that one leader has got an answer to all the questions facing the party. And instead, we made sure that we built into the system a culture of collaboration. I think we have collaborated wonderfully as a party, and that is eloquently demonstrated by the fact that our young people are today able to challenge the political party leadership, and there is no fear of reprisal. Away from that, of course, now my closing remarks is that there is the feeling that democracy is not delivering, as Phoebe puts it. But then the central tenet of democracy is also free market economy. The question is, can we continue with the free market economy as it is and still believe that it would help us mobilize a lot of people and ensure that these people can live well? what we call the promise of upward social mobility, or what are the reforms we need to bring in place to make sure that free market economy can still be the best tool to cure the challenges of poverty. And I want us to look at this. There is what you call state capitalism and China that today appears so much beloved of so many young people in the global south. And then there is a free market economy as we knew it in the West, and all the challenges that it has presented. Question of declining economic growth. Countries like, there are countries that have had a growth rate of negative something. So I think that let us rethink on how to rebuild free market economy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A clap for our panelists, please. And before I invite our MCs on stage, my final sentiments based on what our amazing panelists have given us is, today we've been reminded that the social contract, or the social contract in Africa, is not a dream, but it is something that we must demand, and it has to come with political courage, citizen agency, and institutional integrity, as pointed out clearly by our speakers. This generation that Ms. Chibeka is talking about is not waiting for change. Rather, it will build it. Policy by policy, voice by voice, action by action. And as we leave this stage here today, we leave you with the wise words of the former president, His Excellency Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi, where he said, the real power is with the people. He was telling politicians, so I'm telling the politicians today, the real power is with the people. You politicians are just trustees. And therefore, I urge you all to place the citizens' needs, rights, and aspirations at the core of governance. And to all of us, let us close the book of Lamentations and open the book of Acts. Because Africa does not need more complaints, it needs builders. Let each of us leave this room as advocates of accountability, inclusion, and people-centered leadership. I have been your moderator, Mwende Mugambi, and we are grateful. Thank you for listening to us. Guys, standing ovation for my amazing panelists, please. Yes.
Hello, politicians. Hello, politicians. Wow, I don't have much to say. And since our chairperson is here, she sent me something and I would really love to read it for you. So according to the Kano Youth Congress, if you lock the windows on us, we'll climb the roof and we'll make our view of our own. Amen? So at this point, I would just love to welcome our executive director. We have a gift for our amazing panelists before we have our second session.
Thank you so much, Maslin, and the youth who are dissenting voices within any political party. I am a youth, but then I have been made to understand that there are two faces. There are the millennials, who they say we are scared, and then there is the Gen Z, who are ready and willing to do whatever it takes to actually ensure and see change. You see, millennials are almost like, which one? Boomers, the baby boomers. So there is a sense of you need to abide to authority, you need to follow the systems and all that. But then Gen Zs do not give, yes, that one. So at this particular juncture, I'd really like to appreciate our panelists. I believe they have helped us learn so much. Is that correct? Is that correct? Yes, and of course, just to showcase our appreciation, as a KANU party, we are used to giving gifts, especially for exemplary performance. And at this particular point, allow me to actually grace our panelists with gifts from ourselves to themselves. Sasa, thank you. And of course, to our moderator, who is there is a borderline between Gen Z and millennials. Zillennials, something. Yes, yes. Thank you so much. I believe she's done a good job, right? Let us give her a Yes, maybe we could now have one picture. Thank you so much. Of course, we have one other session, but before we do that, I would like to, as I've indicated, as a party, we always give our visitors and also people who have showcased exemplary performance gifts. So I believe that as you're seated, there will be gifts that will be passing, will be going around for each one of us. And that is, of course, courtesy of our chairperson, Honorable Gideon Moi, who is not with us today. Well, we have another session, but before we move to the other session, I'd just like to ask anyone who has not had breakfast, we have plenty of breakfast, so you could pick your breakfast and still join us basically for the next session. And allow me at this particular point in time to welcome the second session, which will be moderated by Mr. Patrick Oboi Amuriat of the Forum for Democratic Change. Karibu sana. Thank you so much. You'll introduce us.
Asante sana. Jambo. Amjambo. Good morning to every one of you. I am going to be moderating the next session. But before I do that, I want to reiterate the thanks of the group here to our sister party, KANU, for the warm hospitality that they have accorded us. I want to assure you that we feel very, very much at home. My name is Patrick Oboi Amuriat, the president of the Forum for Democratic Change in Uganda. I am going to be the moderator of this session, which is titled Experience Sharing from Recent National Elections in Africa. This session considers elections that have taken place recently in appreciation of the fact that elections are a cornerstone of democracy, representing both the triumphs and tests of governance across the African continent. Recent national elections in several African countries have offered important lessons from voter mobilization and party organization to digital campaigning, coalition management, and post-election governance. This session provides a platform for political leaders and practitioners to share first-hand experiences from their countries' most recent national elections. Through candidate reflection, the panel will explore successes, challenges, and innovations that define their electoral journeys, which I trust are quite different. The conversation aims to strengthen learning and solidarity among center-right and democratic parties while promoting credible, participatory, and accountable electoral processes across Africa. By comparing contexts, strategies, and outcomes, the session will highlight the evolving dynamics of African democracy, demonstrating how parties are adopting to new political realities and leveraging lessons to strengthen future elections. Of course, we've heard from the previous panel how politics is transcending, and also considering that the fourth industrial revolution is beckoning our doors, not only in terms of the governance of countries, but also in the way democracy plays out, and how we apply this to our electoral processes. To dissect this very, very important topic, we will have a keynote address by an extremely competent person, Mr. Kuleko Luengwa, my friend from South Africa, who is Deputy Minister of Transport and the national spokesperson of Inkatha Freedom Party in South Africa, a party that is in coalition today. Join me in welcoming the Honorable Minister to deliver a keynote address.
Thank you very much, Patrick, for that very warm welcome to the stage, and I want to join you in expressing our sincerest appreciation to KANU for the very warm welcome which they have afforded us. We truly do feel at home. The treasurer this morning said we are all members of KANU, and I said, provided he will allow dual membership, so that I don't renounce my membership back home. And he said, no, one membership per country. So we want to extend our sincerest appreciation to KANU for the very warm reception that we have received. It has been the epitome of what Ubuntu is. To the leadership of DUA, and to Cass and to all the colleagues who are present, good morning. So I want to start off with an anecdote that says, in segueing from what the youth panel has indicated this morning, that when I arrived in Parliament in 2012, I was 24 years old, and the colleague of mine, who's the Deputy Secretary General of the IFP now and currently chairing the Parliamentary Committee on Land Reform and Rural Development, took me to my first Parliamentary Committee meeting, and it happened to be the defense portfolio. And one member then there said, I suppose it was his way of welcoming me, I don't know, it was a very cold one though. He said, this is precisely why we need national service in this country. Parliament is not for kids. I'm happy to report that I'm still there, he's no longer there. But why this is key is to say ageism in politics must be fought at all costs, because young people are not just voting fodder, but they are a necessary investment for now and tomorrow, provided that they too, when they are no longer youth, they will open the space for the youth of that time. It's easy to advocate now for youth and close the door tomorrow. The sustainability of political parties is to ensure that generational mix, to share and borrow experiences, is the order of the day, so that we can be able to narrate the political outlook with the relevant people in the relevant constituencies. So youth and old are mutually inclusive, but it doesn't have to be ageist. Otherwise, it reminds me of that movie Matilda, where Miss Trunchbull says, "I'm right, you're wrong, I'm big, you're small, and there's nothing you can do about it." And that's not the outlook we should have. So I just want to relate with the youth panel, but with the proviso that teamwork works. There's no youth without the elders, there's no elders without the youth. It's of absolute and critical importance that we harness a generational mix for long-term sustainability. In any case, as I digress from the topic, I want to say that as we gather here to exchange our experiences, I'm reminded of the words of my mentor, the late Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi, who at some point said, "Democracy is not sustained by elections alone, but by the character of those who are elected." That statement has stayed with me throughout my political journey, from student politics to youth activism to mainstream politics, to all the roles and responsibilities I've carried, because it has been a reminder that democracy is not a destination, it is a discipline. Across Africa, we have much to be proud of. In the past decade alone, countries such as Ghana, Kenya, Nigeria, and South Africa have conducted multiple elections, demonstrating the resilience of our system and our people's faith in democratic governance. Yet we must also be honest that democracy on our continent still faces tests: disinformation, political intolerance, shrinking civic space, and the persistent challenge of economic inequality. These realities remind us that democracy cannot survive on procedure alone. It must deliver on promise and commitment. It is against this background that I'm reminded that whilst campaigning in the 2019 elections in South Africa, visiting a polling station in KwaZulu-Natal, there was an elderly lady, they probably in her 80s, and she said to me, "I walk here every election because I must remind the young ones that freedom is not free." That moment has stuck with me deeply because it has reminded me that our people still believe in democracy, but they also expect us, their leaders, to make it work and to be honest. Africa is the youngest continent in the world, and the median age is 19.7 years. And in countries like Niger, Uganda, and Zambia, over 70% of the population is under 30. Yet in many of our parliaments, the average age of our lawmakers is 55. This imbalance is more than a statistic, it is structural. It signals a gap between those who we are as societies and those who we are as representatives in governance. For example, in Kenya, the youth make up 75% of the registered voters, yet less than 7% of MPs are under 35. In Ghana, about 57% of the population is under 25, but the median age in parliament is 49. In South Africa, 12% of members of parliament are under the age of 40. I'm one of them. In Nigeria, despite the not too young to run law, the average state legislator is still over 45. These numbers are not indictments per se, but they are a clarion call and an invitation to reimagine the participation and make space for renewal. As I've already started to narrate, when I entered politics or parliament at the age of 24, I was told that I was too young to understand politics. But it was precisely because I was young that I could understand what so many were feeling. The disillusionment, frustration, but also hope. Young people rather see what must change. They carry the courage to ask why not, and that courage is democracy's most renewable resource because it is about relatability to our constituents. Elections are not about who shouts the loudest, or rather shouldn't be about who shouts the loudest, but about who listens the deepest. Across our continent, voters, especially young ones, are demanding authentic issue-based campaigning and integrity in leadership. They are asking what we're going to do about jobs, about education, about the economy, about corruption, and about climate resilience, amongst others. And if we cannot answer these questions honestly, we will not just lose votes, but legitimacy. In the 2024 elections, for instance, young voters in Namibia and Ghana turned out in record numbers where campaigns spoke to tangible issues, skills, innovation, and entrepreneurship. This demonstrates a simple truth. When politics speaks the language of solutions, people listen. Our democracies must therefore outlive us. When constitutions bend to personalities, or when institutions bow to political pressure, we weaken not our opponents, but our own societies. I have come to learn, both in parliament and in government, that leadership is not about control, but about stewardship. Institutions such as electoral commissions, the judiciary, and the legislatures must remain credible and independent. These are the guardians of public trust. So, as we reflect on the elections, which we have had in recent months, I want to draw just the following experiences. Sorry. I don't see where my... Oh, sorry, there. So, as we therefore draw our experiences, what these elections have told us in the past few years is that democracy stands at a global inflection point. Across continents, voter trust is under strain. Populism and polarization are rising, and technology has become both a bridge and a battlefield. Yet amidst this turbulence, Africa in one way or the other remains a story for perseverance and possibility. Citizens continue to vote, to question, and to hope. And our challenge is to ensure that that hope is not betrayed. Liberia's 2023 elections offered Africa's one of its proudest democratic moments. In a fiercely contested runoff, President Buhari won 50.64% to George Weah's 49.36%. And President Weah conceded with grace and humility in what we saw. That moment reverberated across Africa. It was not about losing an election, but it was about winning the trust in democracy itself. Ghana's 2024 elections reaffirmed Ghana's democratic resilience. With a turnout at roughly 60%, the contest reflected deepening institutional trust. Parties are embracing data-driven campaigning and issue-based competition. And therefore, Ghana reminds us that the future of democracy is about ideas, not identities. In South Africa, the 2024 elections ushered in a new era, and for the first time in 30 years, no single party secured a majority at the national government, resulting in the government of national unity. This is not a crisis. It is a classroom. Coalitions, when grounded in integrity and shared values, can expand participation and improve accountability. Whilst we celebrate the election of President Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah in Namibia, the country's first female president, which marked a defining milestone for gender inclusion and continuity, Namibia's democracy also showcases how digital transformation and youth participation are reshaping political engagement. The PDM has shown a commendable reform energy, proving that credible opposition can be patriotic and modern. In Malawi, it remains a symbol of judicial independence. The 2020 annulment of the presidential elections by the Constitutional Court and the credible rerun that followed set a continental benchmark for constitutional accountability. The 2025 elections, however, which we've just had, revealed voter fatigue and frustration, with turnout just below 60%, and democracy, colleagues, therefore cannot live on credibility alone. It must deliver growth. As center-right leaders, we must fill the vacuum with policy-driven governance and results. Standing here, we are all aware that Tanzania stands at a difficult crossroads. Once celebrated for its stability, it now faces sobering democratic regression. In recent months, opposition leaders have been detained, civic voices silenced, and social media restrained and restricted, curtailing the very freedoms that sustain the public square. Yet even in this atmosphere of uncertainty, it is the resilience of Tanzanians who continue to speak out, civil society and faith communities and youth, which continue to shine through quietly. Therefore, as I draw to a conclusion in reflecting on all these elections that we have had, as center-right movements, we must engage this moment not only with condemnation, but with conviction. Conviction that democracy cannot survive without pluralism, and that power must be accountable to principle. Tanzania reminds us that democracy is not destroyed overnight. It erodes slowly, when dialogue is replaced by dominance and accountability by control. Our responsibility, therefore, is to stand in solidarity with those defending democratic norms, not as outsiders, but as brothers and sisters in a shared African destiny. The message we must send is that stability without freedom is temporary, and that the strength of a state lies not in silencing dissent, but listening to it. Across these experiences, three major trends emerge. The first one is that Africa's electorate is young, connected, and impatient. Over 60% of our population is under 30. Secondly is the rise of institutional accountability. Courts, electoral commissions, and the legislatures must reclaim the center of democracy. And lastly is the demand for delivery, where citizens are measuring democracy by performance. Therefore, as center-right movements, in our belief of freedom being anchored by responsibility and growth guided by ethics, the government limited by principle, our task is to rebuild trust, modernize communication, empower youth and women, and prove that moral governance delivers material progress. Across the world, democracy faces disillusionment. So, colleagues, my parting shot is this. Freedom is not the right to do as we please. It is the responsibility to do what is right. And that is our charge, to serve with integrity and to deliver with humility and to govern with courage. Let us therefore ensure that the next chapter of our African democracy is written with the ink of integrity and solidarity across the continent. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I'm sure you've been taking notes, and there's going to be an opportunity for you to interface with that keynote address. Our next speaker is Dr. Israel Govenda. who brings in a new dimension to elections. And I'm sure that every one of you would like to listen to this person who is going to incite or stimulate your thinking on winning elections in modern times. Our times are changing, and we have got to move with the changing trends. And therefore, the expert person who is coming to do this is none other than Dr. Israel Govenda, who is founder and chairman of Kairos Media. Join me in welcoming Dr. Govenda to address this forum. And a bigger hand clap, please.
Good morning. Welcome. Morning, everybody. Are you blessed? Yes. Tell your next door neighbor you look stronger than the strongest washing powder. Yeah. Let's stand a bit and stretch our legs a bit. Okay, why don't you just stand and stretch your legs? We need to stretch our legs, man. Sitting there for so long. You can sit down now. You just stretch and sit down, yeah. Okay. I must pose very good for the photo, the camera guy. Can you take the photo again? Let me pose. Because sometimes the spirit is ruling and the flesh is weak. Well, thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity to be able to share a few points of 28 years of experience in doing elections in Africa. And we've done over 200 campaigns, and we thank God for that grace that we were able to assist political parties throughout Africa. So what I'm about to share is just an opinion. It is not factual. It is based on my experience. And I hope that you'll be able to inherit some of the ideologies and experience over the years. Just a side comment. When God called Abraham to go to the mountain to sacrifice his son, he couldn't do it alone. He took Isaac with him, and Isaac carried the wood on his shoulder. So there was a synergy of the young and the old to achieve one purpose, the fulfillment of a promise. And I do think that even as we go to different African countries, the new ideology is that young people are anxious, they are ready, but there has to be a level of respect for both old and new to get to one final destination. And if you look at what happened in Nepal, it was a good thing in one way, but the damage caused by just inexperienced youngsters that had an amazing ideology, but didn't know how to fulfill that plan. In 28 years of being involved in elections, there's a very important point that we've never was able to discuss in this forum from Monday. There were many points, but the most important point of it all is when we go to the results. So let's use Kenya, right? When you all went to the results center, and my dear colleague Joe Rubin was at the ICC in Durban, and the results came about, and you're so anxious. From day one, you see the percentages changing and the results coming from every VDs, and everyone's anxious. There's predictions made that the opposition won or the ruling party won, and there's so much of excitement around that. And finally, the IEC CEO or the chairperson will come and say, this is the final results. It's tears of joy and tears of sadness. Sadness for those who have lost, joy for those who have won. But to get to that point took a lot of years of planning and preparation on both sides. T-shirts, posters, flyers, rallies, food parcels, television, radio adverts, magazines, volunteer programs to get to that point. And whether you spent R1 billion or 500 million or 10 million, it's either a loss or a gain. My friends, the most important part of any election is funding. It's the ability to get funding to run your campaign successfully. Ideas are important, a vision is important, missions are important, but the most important part of any election campaign is the funding. And how do we cross the line to get the funding? I'm not sure on the dynamics of Kenya, but in present studies, America spent $15 billion dollars on the election. I think alone in India alone it was about 8.9 billion. Malaysia was $1 billion. Brazil was 500 million. In Africa, we spend an average of 20 billion US dollars a year. That's a lot of money. And even as we're seated here representing different political parties, the biggest concern that we all have is budgets. We want to do 1 million T-shirts. We want to do 1 million flyers. We want to buy 100 vehicles, 4x4s, with the latest aircon and branded haul. But at the end of the day, it's always about the money. If you are an existing party, you have a very good advantage because you have state funding, you have private funding that will support your vision because you are in power. But as a second opposition, third, fourth, or fifth, you have no attraction as a political party because you cannot attract sponsors because you're not in power and you cannot balance that tenders a value system. So if I were to give you 1 million rand, what value am I getting after elections? But what guarantee have I got that you're going to be in government? So there's a major issue. So as much as we're planning elections and we have issues about social reforms and economic reforms and political reforms, it's important to know that funding is the most fundamental importance of any election campaign. And I'm sure as we're seated here, we all are thinking the same thing. If we had $1 billion US dollars, that's going to give us an amazing, successful campaign. But the fact of the matter, we don't have the joy. We don't have that. So as a forum, may we maybe spend some time talking about how do we get to the space of raising funds and getting experienced people to come in, and how do we develop our financial arm? This is an amazing building, and I've never seen something throughout Africa. I've never seen this. So I must congratulate Kanu and TG. You're doing an excellent job. It's an amazing facility. Well done, well done. I'm sure it took a lot of hard work and a lot of money. And so I just want to encourage you that as political parties, you've got to have a sound financial policy as to how to be able to get monies in to support your campaign. And by show of hands, is it the truth? Is money the most important part of a campaign? Can I, by show of hands? So I'm not going to stand and tell you how to get the funds, because we get to use those funds that you get. But it's important that we understand the concept of fundraising in any campaign. It's the most important fundament of any organization. I've been doing this for 28 years. And guys are so, I've been to many meetings. They're so excited. It's almost like a church service, a celebration, and but the bottom line is when the night falls, when the dust settles, it's about what do we have in our bank to be effective. The second part of the conversation is, I've noticed this, and again, this is just an opinion, and via experiences for the 28 years, it's important to have a very strong membership drive. Your members vote, not volunteers. So you've got to get to a very strong base where you increase your membership. For instance, I know in Kenya, and could I please use Kenya as an example? In Kenya, we have 1,400 wards. Is that correct? Wards? About 1,400 wards? 1,450 or off by 50? Okay, 1,450 wards in Kenya. Now, what will typically happen is that and let's go to every country. In South Africa, we've got 4,487. I think in Namibia we have about 1,500. In Malawi, in Zambia, it's 2,880. So let's look at that model of a ward. Well, we're all familiar with wards. Okay, right. So in a ward, just an advice. you should have, so if you have 1,850, it means the party needs to have 1,850 councillors. Is that correct? That stand for election in that area in the local election. So what you need to do is make that councillor the team leader in that ward. That team leader or councillor is the only responsibility they have is to get between 1,000 people or 100 people. That 100 people, their responsibility is to get 10 more people. That's 1,001 already in that ward. That means you'll have 1.85 million members already, and that should be a goal. Just a suggestion that we're trying to implement in South Africa, and Malawi worked very, very well. So again, your main drive is to make sure that you develop your wards. Actually, ward is a description given by government, but the term for the ward is actually called a branch. So a KANU must have 1,850 branches. And these councils are responsible for the running of that ward. So when there's an election, posters, T-shirts and flyers are all decentralized to 1,850 so-called generals. And from there, they develop their branch. Does that make sense so far? Okay, some of you might be using that system, but it's something I saw had been very, very effective. And on the day of the election, you already have a volunteer program with the members of that branch. In terms of your posters for that candidate, you already have a volunteer team of 1,001, I think it's 1,101, yeah. So that's just a suggestion to increase your membership. In that way also, I don't know whether, unlike South Africa, some parties don't charge membership fees, but I don't know in Kenya if you charge membership fees, TG. You do. So if you do that, you have 1.85 million people that if they give an average of even $10 a year, I'm just guessing, that's a lot of money. And so they can also fund your projects. So just a little bit of an insight of my personal opinion of what I've observed over the past couple of days. It was such an honor to be here today and in this past couple of days. I love Kenya. I think it's one of the most beautiful countries in Africa. Your infrastructure, your buildings, that Chinese building, that glass building is just amazing. You think you're in Dubai. So, but thank you so much. And I just hope that this few minutes that you've been able to gain some level of experience. And thank you so much. And God bless.
Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Govender.
I'll just do a new program for you, if that's okay. Yeah. Okay.
Right, you have heard it from the horse's mouth, drawn out of many years of experience. He's told you something that not all politicians would know. Elections are not just an event. They are a process. You got to prepare for this. And it takes a lot of years of preparation. You should also be prepared for one of two outcomes, either a loss or a win. And that is inevitable. Funding is the most important part of any election campaign. And I saw that many of you have got sound financial policies that would feed into fundraising for an election. Join me in thanking Dr. Govender for that expose. A round of applause. We are now going to be hearing from different countries, 5 countries, are going to share their experiences with us. And to do this, the countries are Malawi, Tanzania, Liberia, Ghana, and Namibia, all with different experiences. Now, to guide us on discussing this important topic are the following. From Malawi, Maxwell Lefana Thayolera, former presidential advisor in State House. From the National Executive of the Political Affairs of the Republic of Malawi, and a member of the Malawi Congress Party. I would like to call on you, Maxwell, to please come and occupy your seat on the platform. The second is Mr. Deogracias Munishi, an executive member of DUA, and also the Internal Secretary, Party for Democracy and Progress, Chadema, from Tanzania. Number 3 is the Reverend Dr. J. Luther Tepa, the chairman of the ruling Unity Party of Liberia. And then number 4, please occupy your seat on the stage, is the Honorable Sami Auku, who is Member of Parliament for Kwapem North, and many of you will remember during the campaigns that brought him to Parliament, we went to his constituency and witnessed him campaigning. You also gave us a sumptuous meal in your house. Thank you very much for being that generous. He is also the Vice President of the SME Global International Democracy Union, IDU. And I'm also privileged to invite to the stage Mr. Manuel Garingombe, Secretary General, Popular Democratic Movement, PDM, from Namibia. I'm going to ask the organizers to be giving the moderator a chair on the stage here. Somebody please, just give me one of those. No sweat about it. And straight away, I will be calling on our brother from Malawi, Maxwell, and giving you 5 minutes to address. Just come over here. Maybe you could do it while seated to address the DUA members and our partners. Maxwell, please.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator, Honorable Patrick, and the DUA leadership. Our Congress Party is the oldest and the liberation party in Malawi, founded in 1959. Our first president was the late Dr. Hastings Mzubanda, who became the president of Malawi at independence in 1964. Mzubanda ruled for 30 years, up to 1994, when we had first multi-party elections, and he considered the defeat even before vote counting was over to Bagiri Mulozi of UDF. So Malawi Congress Party has been in opposition for 26 years, from 1994 up to 2020, when we had the court sanctioned the elections, as alluded to by the previous speaker, Honorable Nkureko Mlengwa, who gave us a keynote address. Malawi Congress Party entered into an alliance with 8 other parties. We had 9 parties in total, led by our president, Dr. Lazarus McCarthy Chakwera, and the UTM president, the then vice president, led Saulos Chilima of UTM. The alliance won by 59%. So we held elections last month on 16th September, whereby we prepared as a party. We had our own strategies to win the elections. So, but elections being what they are, we are defeated by the former president and the former ruling party of Professor Arthur Peter Mutharika. So Malawi's political environment, Malawi's recent elections were marked by a highly competitive and dynamic political landscape. The Malawi Congress Party under President Lazarus Chakwera's leadership prioritized inclusive governance, economic growth, and social welfare. We engaged with various stakeholders, including traditional leaders, civil society, and the private sector. And prior to the 16th September elections, we had several town hall meetings at the State House whereby various stakeholders were invited, apart from engaging the masses in the outdoor events. Our campaign strategy, innovations and tactics. Our campaign strategy included 1, issue-based campaigns. We focused on policy-driven campaigns, emphasizing on economic growth, healthcare, and education. Number 2, it was youth engagement. We actively engaged with young people, recognizing the crucial role in shaping Malawi's future through different activities, not only the youth rallies, but programs that maybe they could also benefit from. And the programs of youth empowerment were there. Youth were given loans through National Economic Empowerment Fund. I think in the recent past, the president that has employed a lot of youth was Dr. Lazarus Chakwera. A lot of youth were recruited in Malawi Defense Force, in Malawi Police Service, and in Malawi Prison Services as prison warders, including in healthcare systems. A lot of youths were recruited as health surveillance assistants, as well as in all health cadres. We also engaged in digital innovation. We leveraged social media to reach a wider audience and counter misinformation. And I think I've also here to state that in the course of our 5-year term, we lost the vice president, late Dr. Saulos Chilima, in a plane crash. And this played to our disadvantage as a ruling party, because people were alleging that maybe the vice president was killed by the ruling party officials. But it was a natural accident, because investigations were done by the Commission of Inquiry, as well as the German company that built that plane, and the results showed that it was a natural accident. Despite that, misinformation took its center stage. Even the opposition parties also took advantage of the same. Grassroots mobilization, we strengthened our party structures and mobilized our supporters to participate in the electoral process through door-to-door campaigns that involved our grassroots supporters. On the challenges, institutional, logistical, and political obstacles, we faced the challenges such as limited resources. Despite being a ruling party, we wanted to lead by example, not to use state resources for campaign. So in terms of resource mobilization, we did it as a separate entity as a party, not to mix with the state resources. As I said, misinformation and some logistical hurdles. However, our team worked tirelessly to overcome these obstacles and ensure a successful campaign. Our president conducted over 400 rallies in a period of 60 days. So we mounted a serious campaign through rallies and whistle stops. Lesson learned, practical insights, and for future elections, our experience has taught us that the importance of one, engaging with the electorate, listening to voters' needs and concerns is essential for crafting effective policies. Adapting to changing circumstances, flexibility and adaptability are key in responding to emerging challenges and opportunities. 3, building a strong grassroots presence, a strong party structure is crucial for electoral success. In conclusion, the Malawi Congress Party's experience offers valuable lessons for political parties in Africa by engaging with the electorate, adapting to changing circumstances, and building a strong grassroots presence. We can navigate the complexities of electoral politics and achieve success. I look forward to learning from other country representatives and sharing experiences that can strengthen democratic institutions across our continent. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Maxwell Lefani. I will now pass the baton over to my brother from Tanzania, Mr. Deogracius Munishi from Chadema.
Thank you. I don't know if it is still morning or afternoon, but good morning, good afternoon. Yeah, as for the case of Tanzania, I'm sure we are all aware, and as we speak right now, already polling is underway, and we don't call it anyway polling. It's just like a coronation ceremony in the country. But I would like to give a brief overview of where we're coming from as a party. We were founded in 1992, officially when multi-party system was reintroduced in Tanzania. And our first general election, a multi-party general election, was in 1995. We as a party did not field the presidential candidates, but we had some parliamentary seats, and we did that purposely because we knew our strength. We were not offering any any real competition because of the environment back then. Other political parties were ahead of us, and therefore it was reasonable for us to assist other oppositional parties that were strong enough, especially to field presidential candidates. And for us, we concentrate on where, or those constituencies where we felt that we were strong. And we happened to win only 2 constituencies, and that was a starting point for us. In the year 2000 was a second multi-party election, and still as a party, we decided not to compete at the presidential level. And it targeted those constituencies where we had worked between 95 and 2000. And it is here that I want to reiterate the point that Chairman Amuri had said before, that election is not an event. It's a process, and it starts from where the last election ends you start your looking for the next year elections. So we decided not to field presidential candidate in 2000 and concentrated on those few areas where we had invested between the period of 1995 and 2000. And it paid a little bit, so we increased our number of parliamentarians from 2 to 5. So we were growing a little bit. And then the third multi-party election was in 2005, and it is here that we decided that we really need to build ourselves strongly. We really need to send our party to the people. How do you do? Must participate in the presidential elections, apart from the parliamentary and councillorship. So for the first time, we had a presidential candidate in 2005, and we campaigned massively all over the country. Some of you might know how big is Tanzania. To travel from one constituency to another, or a ward, between ward and a ward within a single constituency, you spend hundreds of kilometers to find a next ward within the same constituency. But we did something, and with that, we managed to get 5% of the votes, and our number of parliamentarians jumped to 11. It was something for us, and we had to look at it and capitalize on the numbers we had. How are these 11 members of parliament going to deliver in the parliament? And thank God, except 2 of these 11, 9 were young people. Proper young people, including, no, our Secretary General was not there by then, but they were young people, very energetic, and they could shout in Parliament, but on issue-based, it was an issue-based shouting, and the public could hear that there are people shouting for the public in the Parliament. And our popularity as a party grew up from a smaller oppositional party to a major oppositional party, as reflected by the 4th multi-party election in 2010, where we had a second presidential candidate. And unlike others, we didn't, this time, the one who contested in 2005 as a presidential candidate stood down, gave a chance to somebody else. Because as a party, we believed that, okay, what the public is interested is for someone who they believe that can deliver for them. And based on our internal polls and researches, we found it's somebody else, not the one who contested in 2005. With no internal issues, so we rallied behind someone else in 2010, and it was good. We garnered 26% of the votes from 5%. At this point, I want to reiterate also the electoral environment was somewhat competitive, but authoritarian tendencies were still there. The same electoral commission that we are shouting against right now was the same one that was the same electoral commission that supervised these elections. Why did we go to those elections with the electoral commission that we know is not independent, and that if you win, it can declare somebody else? It is because we had built trust with the public. And our mantra by then was to the public: you are not going to elect a Chadema member, you are going to elect your leader. So to make your vote count, you must protect it. And you must make sure that it is counted and it counts. So some areas where electoral returning officers wouldn't want to announce the results, even though the public know who the winner is. And to avoid that consultation period with the higher hierarchy of the Electoral Management Board, then the public were mobilized to take their duty to ensure that their results are announced as per their wishes. So at some times, some constituencies, youth, people who are concerned, not necessarily the youth, would go even with jerrycans of petrol to the electoral returning officers. If you don't announce the results the way we voted, you either go in peaceful or announce as what we have voted. So we won, most in the urban areas, we won in that way, without the central team of the party to exert any influence. It was the public itself. So our official problems began after the 2015 general election, where for the third time we had a presidential candidate, but this time also a different one from the previous one. And this time we were really prepared well. So our votes jumped from 26%, presidential votes jumped from 26% to 42. And those 42 are the votes that we were given by Electoral Commission. We believe our votes, we won that election. And that's why the one who was declared a winner, you all remember President Magufuli, after being declared as a winner, though he didn't win that election, he knew the real threat ahead of him. If he would leave the environment to continue, the political landscape to continue the way it was before. So he started curtailing the political freedom, so he's the one who banned the public rallies for political parties, because before that we would mobilize the public, we'll conduct public rallies, would recruit members after those rallies, and we'll go build structures thereafter. So it was a dangerous process that he thought if he lives like that, then their survival would be in danger. So he banned political party rallies, political party activities, even internal meetings as a political party we couldn't hold under President Magufuli. But one thing that he did not dare to do is to also attempt to avoid the competitive kind of electoral system that he inherited. Yes, we couldn't organize for almost 5 years under his regime, but when he went to the 2020 election, he stepped back. Like, yes, let's go to the elections. Maybe he knew that, okay, these people campaign, but their votes want to be announced, and that's exactly what we want. And there is when we had our party chairman, the current party chairman, as a presidential candidate, and he flew from Brussels, where he was recuperating the 16 bullets that he survived following the 2017 attempted assassination, and he faced Magufuli head-on in 2020 election. And the campaign went smooth. There was there were problems here and there, but unfortunately, Magufuli said, no, votes won't be counted, and if the votes will be counted, they won't count anything. And therefore, Magufuli won 80-something%, and we were given a total share of 21%. So if you look at those numbers, it's like a drop, half. From 42 to 21 is like a half loss of the game. So after that, I am sorry, I'm a Christian, and we are all Christians in Tanzania, but during his regime, we believe he was a dangerous tyrant by then because of the things he did. So by the time he died, like COVID, the entire population in Tanzania said, oh, God has intervened. Or God has resolved this case. Yes, we don't celebrate somebody's death in the African tradition, but for this, the entire population said, yeah, thank God. Little did we know that the devil is coming. So under Magufuli, we couldn't organize, we couldn't hold party rallies, we couldn't even hold internal party meetings. But we went to elections. Under the current situation, we couldn't participate in elections even. But that's not a problem. The entire party being blocked to conduct its political activities. As I said yesterday, we have never seen this in Tanzania. We don't have this history. But the question here, which was also to highlight, is how do we survive under this environment? Do we kneel down and say enough is enough, do what you like, or do we keep soldiering, pushing back? At this point, I would say we are struggling, or we have to hold our members together. Because people are being killed. Even today, actually the number which I mentioned the other day, 52 people were abducted. Today we are talking of something 150. And the detentions, arrests is still going on. So under this environment, with this fear creation acts with the public, it's okay, what do we do as a party? We have to hold our people together. Ensuring that our local structures, leaders and their members, their membership in those areas are safe. And how can one be safe, feel like, okay, I'm safe, am I safe? Is at least people, our members should be checking on each other on daily basis. Are you okay? If at least I hear that you're asking, okay, are you okay? At least you know, okay, in this journey we are together. And that's how we are able to know, okay, in so ward or village in the remote areas, maybe so-and-so has been abducted or has been killed. Information sharing. And so at this, the primary thing is to ensure that our membership do feel safe, so that you have that family unity of pushing back as a family, not as an individual, because at this point, people fear a lot. And this is because we knew under this environment, from Magufuli time, we built something in the party called Chadema Family. The essence is our members should not feel that they belong to to Chadema because it's a political party. They will meet to discuss political affairs and that's it. No. The essence of bringing Chadema family within our party structures is to ensure that, okay, if you have problems, your problems are mine, your joy is my joy, and therefore we carry each other in whatever aspects of life. That one has also motivated our people to feel, okay, because sometimes, why do I belong to Chadema? If the situation is like this, why should I threaten my life? Why should I continue with this party? But there is something more than being a Chadema member. You feel that you're building a family within yourself. So it is that essence of brotherhood, sisterhood, okay? It's not you holding just a membership card when you belong to Chadema. And sometimes the youth would qualify it, okay, it's not only family, Chadema family, but being Chadema is a way of life. So it is this that is also helping to survive under these circumstances, despite the situation. Then with the development of technology, then we have to use it because between 2016 and 2020, despite that we were prohibited to conduct political rallies and so forth because we were making a lot of noise, we decided also to go underground because we have to adapt with the environment. Because we as Chadema believe that whatever the situation, you have to be flexible so that you can face the situation. So by that time we decided, okay, we will proceed with the building our party infrastructures and without making any noise. So that's why in 2020, Magufuli and the ruling party were surprised for the first time that we as an opposition could field parliamentary candidates in all constituencies, and that was a history for the first time. So maybe this time around, we have to keep that one and mobilize our people to continue registering. We used to register our members with the paper card. Now saying, no, let's go digital. And anyone, anywhere can register with Chadema Digital, and they can pay their annual subscription fees, which keeps the party going despite the state curtailing the subvention, which is the right of the party. Maybe I should end here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Munishi. To continue the conversation, I'll invite Reverend Dr. Luther Tape to share the experience of Liberia with us.
Thank you. It's great to be here. The Unity Party ruled Liberia after the civil crisis in 2005 that brought to power the first African female president, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. And then, after 12 years, the nation rejected us, and we went into opposition. And the Liberian history is that once a political party rules the nation, once it goes into opposition, it never returns. The first political party ruled Liberia for 133 years and went into exile, into opposition, and never returned. And then the military took over, ruled the country for 10 years and never returned. And the Civil War came, Charles Taylor, his party ruled the country and never returned. And then the Unity Party took over in 2005, and we ruled the country for 12 years, and then we were defeated at the poll by the superstar, soccer star from Europe, George Weah. Because of his popularity, he defeated us. So everybody thought that the Unity Party would never come back. Now, from our experience, I would like to share with our members that when it comes to elections in Africa, for you to win, it starts with party conventions. It does not start with the presidential polls. It starts with party conventions. Most times in Africa, we are very troubled. Even if there's a best candidate that you can feel that can bring victory to the party, we ignore that person and choose a trouble man or trouble woman to be the Secretary General, to be the chairman of the party. These are some of the major mistakes that African politicians can make. Now, I took over the Unity Party after we were defeated. And for like 2 years, there was no action at the Unity Party headquarters across the country. And what I want to share with you is exactly what happened to the Unity Party. I'm hailed from one of the smallest tribe in Liberia, smallest district in Liberia. Under normal circumstances, there is no way that Luther Tape will be the national chairman of the Unity Party on a normal conventional political maneuvering. Because I come from the smallest region, smallest tribe, but we were able to convince the delegates. We decided that no tribal politics. We're going to get the right person who's going to lead this battle against a very serious mandate superstar who is so popular around the world and in every village. So during the party convention, President Weah at that time sent his party chairman and his secretary general with money to make sure that Luther Tape does not emerge. but we defeated them, despite of their money. And the Secretary General too came from the middle part of the country. And so what I'm saying here is, for you to win election, it starts with the party conventions. Don't overlook that. Most time in Africa, we overlook that. The second thing that I want to point out is that you must know your opponent. Most time we think that political parties are there to govern country. And if you are in politics with no quest, no desire to lead a country, then I think you should forget about politics. It's not a jamboree affair. It's not where you go then. We are a political party just for the position. You have to go in there to win. And if you're going to win, you got to know your opponent very well. And so I assembled a team together, and we're able to scrutinize President George Weah. Who is he? What are his strengths? What are his weaknesses? Number one strength is very popular. Everyone loves him because when Liberia was at war, he was scoring goals, and everybody loved him for that. So we can't take that away from him. But what are his weaknesses? He leave from Liberia and go to Ghana and to party and club, to the extent that the president of Ghana have to report him to ECOWAS. Those were our missionaries, our political emanations, things that he was not doing well. And for you to win election, you need a very strong propaganda team. The team with a message, strong message. Because he's a strong man, he desires strong treatment, political treatment. And so we have to put that team together. We use the social media, we use the newspaper, we use everything at our disposal to make him unpopular. Number 3, for you to win elections, you have to have what we call strategic alignment. You don't just throw your party to anyone who asks you. No. Political party is like a beautiful woman. You have to choose the kind of man you want to spend your life with. And not any man who come and say, I want you, then you just say, okay, here am I. No. We're very strategic. Very, very, very strategic. So we look for the parties that could add up to our number. There were some parties we rejected. The first people we went after were those who went into collaboration with President Weah's party. So immediately President Weah won the election, he abandoned them. He did not give them job. There was no placement in the government. So the chairman, the secretary general, we went after those people. He said, come on outside. When you come and we win, we'll give you a job. We'll make you ambassadors, we'll make you that. And they yielded to our call. So strategic alignment is very, very important. Number 3 is the message. What kind of message do you share with the people? Messaging in politics is so crucial. We coined our campaign as Rescue Team. Rescue from what? There was so much during President Weah's time in Liberia, there was so much drugs in the country. The young people were leaving school and being drugged. There was so much trouble, so we called it Rescue Team. And so we said we were coming to rescue the country. And that message resonated with the people all across the country. The messaging, and as an opposition party, most of you know that once you're an opposition party in Africa, you have no access to billboards. You have no access to state radio. So what do? The President Weah and his team have paid for all the billboards in the country, all the radio stations, pay all the journalists. If you see any message from Unity Party, make sure you don't give them airtime, because they knew that our propaganda team was very sharp and ready. So they will even give a microphone anywhere at all. So what do? We designed a strategy that instead of going on the radio, using billboards of people, we designed a strategy. So went for the meeting and I said, okay, how many of our population have a phone? Everyone has a phone in Liberia, even the market woman, the student. And so the strategy we used was to fix a sticker for the phone. So on every phone in the country, we put a rescue team, Unity Party will redeem the country. So even when people have the Unity Party in their hand, it's on their phone, it's in their pocket, the government doesn't even know. So every phone, at the back of the phone, it was a sticker, Unity Party rescuing Liberia. That strategy, the government did not see it coming. And that is why it's very important for a political party to have brains, people who do the thinking, people who are able to devote time to innovation and strategy. The final thing, two things quickly. We also mobilize the musicians and the comedians. Now, these people have thousands of followers across the country. They sing and thousands of people follow them. So we recruited all the main musicians in the country to be on the rescue team. And once they were wearing the rescue t-shirt, have the rescue sticker on their phone, thousands of their followers also follow us. So that was the strategy. The last one, we were able to build professional cells for the party. Now I heard Dr. Israel saying money is very important in election. And it's true. John F. Kennedy said there are three things that are important in any elections. Three things. Number one, money. Number two, money. Number three, money. It underscores the importance of finances in elections. But our experience in 2023 shows that if you are strategic, your opponent may have the millions, you can still win an election. President Weah and his team spent $300 million American dollars. The Unity Party spent only $4 million, and we won the election. What did we do? We built cells. Our team went into the professional field. We have doctors for rescue mission. So we contacted the top doctors, medical doctors, who were leaning our side and built a cell. We went to the teachers. We said, teachers for the rescue mission. We went to the pastors for rescue mission. We went to the imams from a rescue mission. And these people were clothed with the responsibility to mobilize their people. And then we said to them, we don't have money. Don't come to us, we don't have money. Then they would say, since you make me the leader in this cell, I will give my salary to buy t-shirts to do this. So we never had that money to compete. But at the end, God helped us. We won the election and we are rescuing Liberia. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Reverend Luther. I will now pass the microphone to the Honorable Sam Mawu to give us the experience of Ghana.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, distinguished panelists. I think I'll take the Ghanaian experience from that of 1996, because in 1992 we boycotted the presidential. We boycotted the parliamentary. In 1996, we were able to get into parliament with just a little over 60 seats in our first major onslaught. Since then, it's been increasing. The Ghanaian elections always takes a very interesting form. It is very intense and heavy laden with information, misinformation, disinformation. And so, if you come under heavy fire and your inability to respond to some of the propaganda on time, you're likely to also suffer from it. Again, the NPP in 2016 had been able to push the narrative that the then ruling party had been in power for 8 years. So the NPP proceeded on that tangent of change. In 2024, the NPP also had been in power for 8 years. And so we tried all kinds of PR and communication to let them know, well, we are exiting, Nana is exiting his second term, but we are working to break the 8. We couldn't. But my analysis and observations post 2024 elections comes with quite interesting observations. One, understanding the changing voter psychology. People now, first they used to read from the newspapers to make informed judgment, or they used to watch television to take a position on issues. This time around, the information walks to them via their mobile phone, just as the revered chairman from Liberia was saying. So everybody gets to know what is happening in a split second. And so when misinformation too is part of the daily routine, they keep getting it on their mobile phone. And clearly you could see the MPP's ability to ward off the attacks on its legacy and on its candidate wasn't top-notch, if you ask me. We suffered a bit from it. And again, because the opposition too had been able to prepare the mindset that the MPP had been in power for 8 years. President Mahama, the current president, was president 2012 to 2016 upon the demise of our late president, John Evans Atta Mills. So President Mahama, we were able to hold the NDC by the fire to defeat them in 2016. Mahama tried again because in Ghana you can only go 2 terms. He tried again in 2020 and couldn't defeat Nana. In 2024, Mahama came in and we had introduced a new candidate. And so clearly he also had an upper hand because every voter had seen his face for the 4th time on the ballot. 2012, 2016, 2020, and 2024. Fast forward, apart from the 8-year cycle, the opponent also defined the MPP to the voter. That these people are now out of touch with reality. They tagged us as arrogant and they tagged the MPP as corrupt. And the NPP's ability to even explain the issues, the timing was short, advert upon advert, and something that I also found quite intriguing. The media, at the point, the NPP's main backbone had also always been the media, the civil society, the clergy or the religious bodies. We call them pillars of support. In fact, when you are in opposition as a party, you need to identify 2 critical pillars: pillars of power and pillars of support. Pillars of power are always gravitating towards the ruling party, and that is the coercive machinery of state, the police, the military, and all that the government relies on. The pillars of support normally when you are in opposition is the media, the civil society, the religious bodies. Why? Because they often become sympathetic to the oppressed and the persecuted. We had a very good relationship with these bodies when we were in opposition. I think managing them when we were in power became a bit of a difficulty for the NPP. So if you can take a media house that was pro-NPP and was sympathetic towards our cause, but in the election year, they chose to play more advert for the opposition than for the NPP. And it was an observation I made. You go to pay more or less for the advert to run, and they will double the one for the opposition. So meaning you have to come and pay more to run your advert. These were some of the things that I also observed when it came to the media. Then to the religious body. When I said our opponent defined the NPP, NPP was at a crossroad with a very critical matter, the issue of LGBTQ. It is a very sensitive matter in Africa and in West Africa. Many Ghanaian societies were opposed to it. Our government, who at that time was under an IMF program, we couldn't be frontal to say that we are against it. We couldn't be frontal to also say we are for it. So the communication paralysis on that matter, our opponent harped on it. Fast forward, our opponent wins power, and they are saying that LGBTQ matters are not of extreme importance to them as a government now, and they will look into it. I'm a member of parliament. The bill was reintroduced because the last parliament passed it. The former president was supposed to assent to it, but it was at a critical matter before elections. So he also left it untouched without signing it for it to be more or less a crime to be engaged in that. We call it the Family Values Bill. This new government comes, the clergy meets the president, the Catholic Bishops' Conference meet him. And the Catholic Bishops' Conference, even they acknowledge the fact that they are not seeing clearly the position of the president, because this is not what he told them in opposition. In effect and in summary, on that matter, what I want to say is, center-right parties, it's about time that there's a whole reorientation on how we approach elections. I won't shy away from the fact that we may at a point have to use left-wing ideas to win power, to implement our right-wing policies. I'm saying this regrettably because for many young Africans, it's about who can provide them with the freebies, job opportunities, and anything that they believe can lift them from the shackles of poverty to the path of prosperity. What we see with the center-right parties, and I give you a typical example. When a center-right party in government provides you with potable water or a bottle of water, to them, it is not a campaign promise fulfilled. To them, it is advancing the cause of humanity and human dignity. When a center-left party in government provides a community with potable water, they will constantly and on daily basis remind you of the fact that if they had not provided you the water, you and your entire generation would have been wiped off. So when it comes to communication on our delivery, you can see that many center-right parties don't do well on it. The MPP introduced an ambitious program of the free senior high school, the biggest intervention in Ghana's democratic history and our nation's history. It won us 2016. It won Nana 2020. In 2024, the voter had moved on from that policy. So the MPP kept repeating that we brought the free SHS, but we had left a gap of several years to remind them. So they were expecting another new game changer for the people. And we were also not able to provide that game changer policy that you were selling to them. All the opposition party did, which I find very smart, because we did same in 2016 when I was youth leader, was to link every tragedy, every problem that a Ghanaian faces to the MPP's administration. And we did that in 2016, and it helped. Why? Because on the campuses, for instance, when I was youth leader in 2016, I made it a policy that the cost of photocopying by university student, polytechnic student, and student, that every hardship they were facing was linked to the corrupt and incompetence of the then Mahama administration. So every problem of the Ghanaian youth. So we mobilized the Ghanaian youth in a dramatic fashion to produce a president from the MPP in 2016. The youth can be constructive and they can be destructive. The youth in an election can be reliable and unreliable. And that is why you can have this majority of young people supporting a candidate. 4 years down the line, they might have checked out. How center-right parties are able to nurse these groups. And I saw something interesting when I entered this venue, where currently we're having this conversation. I saw KANU PWD Congress. And then I've seen their other, that for women, that for youth. I was particularly touched by the PWD one. So meaning as a party, they are segmenting the voter. The NPP has recently put in place a desk or an office for that, but I don't think it's well coordinated like what I have seen here. One thing that if you are going into an election, many center-right parties do, when you take the youth as a bracket, we normally do a one message fit all, which doesn't help. 18 to 21, they have special needs that you need to communicate. People 18, 19, 20, 21, they don't really care who is the minister for this. They are not interested. They don't really care who is Minister for Agriculture or Minister for Employment. They rally around their celebrity icons, their sports icon. These are not people in tune with the economic programs or economic policies of a government. But these are people who go with the flow. And that, oh, this footballer who is my icon tweeted that we support candidate A. Unknowingly, maybe that celebrity has his own deal, commercial arrangement with the party or the candidate. So the youth will follow him or her in millions, and you'll be trying to talk to them about economic policies. It won't work. So 18 to 21 have a specific campaign program and policies for them. And I did that when I was youth leader. I identified the peer leaders because they normally congregate on platforms. So all you do is to identify these key influencers. Today, the demographics should tell us that TikTok is a battleground. Social media is a huge battleground on its own, but TikTok itself is a battleground where content, where information, where misinformation and disinformation is on a daily basis. Lastly, I take you to that of voters from 22 to 26. These are people that getting out of school gradually, they are beginning to look into the future. What is the campaign message of the party and the candidate for these people? What are the aspirations? The aspirations, they are looking into future jobs, career guidance. How do they see themselves in that next 4 years? Because they have seen their colleagues who completed school 4 years before them, 3 years before them, 2 years before them, and sometimes 10 years before them who are still unemployed. Then you are talking about voters from 27 to 31. These are people who are rational. The life is beginning to beat them hard. Either they are working or they are not working. So your campaign messages as a center-right party, I think, should be segmented, and opposition must be credible. It is a tragedy, Mr. Moderator, that many of the center-right parties on the continent today are in opposition. And that becomes a big task for Konrad Adenauer Foundation and their allies in helping us out. So this will be my brief thought on winning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Awuku. We'll quickly go to our next speaker, Mr. Manuel Garigombe from Namibia.
Yes,
we are stressed with time.
Yes, good morning. I will just run very first. Manuel, I'm the Secretary General of the PDM. PDM is one of the old parties in Namibia. It was known before our independence, before 1990 before 2017 still, as the Democratic Turnhala Alliance. And we had only two strong parties in Namibia, that is PDM and SWAPO. There was a time that SWAPO says that they are only sole representatives of the Namibian people to bring independence in Namibia, and some of the leaders say no, we also have a voice within the country, not only outside the country. But just to say quickly, after independence, we had about 21 seats in parliament, the biggest official opposition party, and then we started to lose that. In 2013, the 1999 elections, we have about 2 seats in the parliament, and our leader was never forthcoming, an old man who just wanted to hold to power. So we have internal uprise of the youth where we say that we don't want to be led by this person. We want change. We want to bring progress within the party. And we started to do internal programs, internal campaigns, starting to tell the people what is the problem in the party. 2013, a youthful team win internal elections of the party. And 2015, we increased from 2% in parliament to 5%. Our very youthful parliament, and they did a very good job. That in 2019, we increased from 5% to 16%. And also with that increase, our problem started because there was a law in our constitution. There was a clause that says that if you are a civil servant and you are participating in elections, you should resign as you become a candidate. And we contested that and said it cannot happen. All the years, the precedence was you go, participate in an election, and after elections, you can resign or go back to your job. So in 2019, when they realized that the PDM have very many professional people that are really can change the country, they raised that clause, and it brings problems because the people that were nominated at our electoral congress to go to parliament, because for us it's a commonwealth system, it's a parliamentary system, it's not, people are not coming from the provinces. They said no, you must resign from your jobs. And we say, but this is the right people that we have, and it's a discrimination towards civil servants. So we contested that, and we give a list to the Electoral Commission where people that were on the list were civil servants, but they did not resign. We started a case, we filed, and immediately the ECN removed all our eligible candidates from the gazetted list and put people that were somewhere under there that could not really lead the pack. After elections, we got 16 seats. We fight and we got our initially elected officials back on in parliament. And then the government went into those that were gazetted and said, look what your party is doing, we will help you, we'll give you lawyers, go and fight this party, they are very undemocratic. So a fight started in 2019 where when we went to the High Court and the Supreme Court, we lost, and some of our MPs lost their jobs. We bring in MPs that could really not keep the bar, but that started a bit of uproar in the party, and we had some trainings and things and keep the party together. But in 2023, 2022, we started to restructure the party, have branches, and really work very hard on our social media. We, up to now, one of the leading parties in social media in Namibia is the PDM. And we also started to have a very strong inroad towards the youth. We have one-on-ones, meet and greets, programs that are attacking the youth and addressing their bread and butter issues like unemployment and so forth. In Namibia, a population of 3 million, we have 46% of unemployment, and most of the unemployed people are the youth. So we started to get very confident, and new parties also come up and in the opposition, and they also get very good support. And we were believing that in 2024 last year elections, we shall have either the opposition leading or a multi-party, a forced coalition like in South Africa with the SWAPO party, because SWAPO showed that they were really losing support. But what happened is that, as everyone says, money, the SWAPO in 2024 elections spent whatever dollar they have. Most of the best artists in South Africa were on the Namibian soil. So they have music bashes just to attract the youth and to use an optical effect that we are having the masses. They used footballers, our international footballers, to say that I'm supporting SWAPO, and it was just something else. It was a campaign of just like bazaars, bashes, music shows, and so forth. We had a lot of gatherings, but targeting the youth. We have a lot of social media information. But then 3 weeks before the election, something happened. Our social media, one of our social media platforms, the Facebook, just vanished. We did not know what happened. 3 weeks, we could not get anything. We communicate to Facebook, no answer. We could not communicate at all. So we have to really to use one-on-one and so forth. And it happens that it put a bit of strain. Our campaign could not go as it was happening. And then something happened. The Electoral Commission of Namibia had a very good program, a planned program that on this date we're going to do this, on this date we're going to do this, and so forth. So we knew when election materials would be printed, when what will happen. And then 5 months or 6 months before the election, the whole SWAPO leadership went to Zimbabwe. Meeting SANU-PF, the news broke out. It was very clear that they are planning on how to rig and win elections. We had a lot of press statements, we condemned it and so forth. Now what happened, a week before or 2 weeks before printing of election materials, we were called by the Electoral Commission of Namibia. They said, no, something happened, we don't know what happened in this with our planning and schedules. We cannot go out on a tender as by the tender board to get the guys that will print our election materials. Now we only have to have a sole tender, emergency tender. And then they tell us that they have a company called Renform South Africa, and we got information that this company belongs to a Zimbabwean, South African, who have a good ally of President Mnangagwa of Zimbabwe, and the one that messed up elections in Zimbabwe in 2023. And in Zimbabwe, what happened is that everyone that was participating in the election, from the election commission to everyone, was bored. So the same thing happened. And we said, how do you mess this one? And they say, no, we are going to have this sole person. You are all going to South Africa. If you don't go, if you don't want us to have a sole person to print the ballot papers, you can stay, we'll do what we want. The PDM is the only party with another smaller party that says we aren't going to South Africa, we are against this, we condemn. And they go to political parties and say, you are going to get a SNT, you are going to get accommodation. A lot of money was on the stake and everyone went. So that's where our elections was already fixed and planned. At the elections results, what happened is that in Namibia, we had only 1.1 million registered voters. The people that turned out to vote were 700,000. But an election result that must be given, not the result, the election itself must take place in 1 day. It took the president, outside his power, extended the election days to extra 2 days. And we voted for 3 days. And the polling stations that were allowed to be opened were polling stations that were in a stronghold of the governing party. We tried everything, nothing could work. Then we have to, immediately when the polls close, we have to get the results within 24 hours. It takes us 5 days to get the results. So what we are saying is that these results was like an inheritance in African way. You know, when somebody died, especially in my culture, the family come together and the head of the family will decide to say, no, you get 2 cattle, you get 5, you get that Mercedes-Benz, you get this. And that happens in Namibia. And unfortunately, we fall from 16 seats to 5 to that. But we are currently now working on the party to restructure, to look at what happened, what went wrong. But then we have also internal fights. One of our strong MP in 2018 married to the head of the Namibian intelligence daughter. And they use him, and we try to do everything. 6 months before the elections, he resigned from the party and joined SWAPO. And they used him in our stronghold to campaign against the party. So, just in conclusion, Namibia and South Africa are very peaceful environments, peaceful elections. There is no riots, there is no abduction, no one is going to prison. But there is a systematical rigging of elections. And people are becoming frustrated. If we don't work on that and being very vigilant and come on board and see what we can do, we are also afraid of the youth uprising. But we believe that in this coming regional and local authority elections that is next year, we want to work, we are working hard to improve our stake in those elections, to bring back confidence of our people and to start building towards 2029. But government won elections with 51%. It means that they are losing power, and there is no way that in 2029 the opposition, and especially the PDM and others, can win elections. And in Namibia, you don't have coalitions. It's not like in other part of Africa where you can call a coalition. They say if you want a coalition, you have to start a new party. All parties must die, a new party must come. And then we ask the risk of coalition. Sometimes coalitions are not working, but we are working on that to see what can we do to save Namibia. And maybe I just trying to run very, very fast for the sake of time. But that's the challenges that we have. But we are hopeful that even with rigging, the ruling party will lose power anytime soon.
Thank you very much indeed. We're now going to go to a question session, and I will be posing a question to each of you. I expect you to answer this question in 2 minutes. I'm sorry we are stressed with time. To our panelists from Malawi, what lessons did Malawi Congress Party draw from managing coalition politics and sustaining party unity during and after elections?
Thank you very much. As I said, that we went into government in 2020, riding on an alliance of 9 parties. And I have to admit here that we did not manage the alliance into government well. Because the first thing that happened was to allow, though in quotes ACB, Anti-Corruption Bureau is independent, but it was allowed to arrest a sitting vice president who in the previous election made us to win. Because in 2019, though the figures were nullified, but it showed that we got 1.7 million votes and the vice president got slightly over 1 million votes. In the rerun in 2020, it was like a combination of whatever was gotten in 2019, because our candidate got 2.6 million votes, which means at least 1 million votes were brought by the vice president and his party. But we mistreated him, I said in quotes. So from that moment, things did not go well. There were some skirmishes in the government because our partners thought we were mistreating the vice president. So in short, the alliance was not well managed while in the government. And going into 2025 elections, most parties were afraid to come into an alliance with us, and we went solo as a ruling party. So, to some extent, this did not work for us. It is good to manage the alliances and fulfill all the agreements that you agreed before going into government. Wherever there are challenges, you have to sit down amicably and resolve those challenges soberly, so that the alliance should go on up to the end.
Yeah, quite an experience. Thank you. Next is my brother De Gracias from Chadema. How is Chadema navigating political space and civil engagement under competitive yet constrained electoral conditions?
Yeah, thank you. Number one, as I said, we are no longer competitive. We are under full authoritarianism. But to respond to the question is how we are surviving as a political party, a formidable, strong opposition, no matter what, whether we are in parliament or outside parliament. And that makes us continue to do the work that we have been doing, that is building alliances, which I know Chairman Luther touched a bit. Alliances with all the groups that are also oppressed in the country. You talk of religious groups, like now you're talking of abductions. Even a priest, bishops are being abducted. So it is also our job to approach all these and build those alliances, because we are an alliance of oppressed. And once you build such an alliance with credible faith institutions like the Roman Catholic Church, you know that you are strong also. Ensuring also our party structures are working properly. We have the Youth Council, which is semi-autonomous, and actually I should say right now it is our fighting machinery, because with the suppression of media in the world of digital platforms, it is our youth wing that is fighting for the party. I can give you an example with the trial of Tundu Lissu in court, because the High Court decided to block media reporting and even live streaming. But we have managed, our youth wing has managed to report live and do live coverage without being known what is happening. So anyone who wants to follow the party chairman trials, much as it is in Swahili, on Twitter, on Facebook, it is coming live from court, and that is being done by our youth wing. Our women wing also has a job to do, and they are doing also quite well, and that is to ensure that women, as our number one voting group that we always target, whether it is the ruling party or we in opposition, we always target the women, because women in Tanzania will never disappoint you once they trust you. I don't know in other countries, but I can speak for Tanzania. So the Women Council is doing that job of ensuring that, okay, apart from these political challenges, at least women can also navigate economically. Establishing women economic groups, helping each other in saving and credit, for example. I don't know in other countries that operates, but that is operating with us. And women of Chadema can have these small credit groups. They can contribute among themselves money, and they can assist each other. One can borrow money from the group, which is Chadema-led group for the women. They can do something for their families or for themselves. Okay. And lastly, with these superstars thing, we do it selectively in the country, because they do disappoint most of the times.
Well, thank you very much, dear Gracias. I am tempted not to ask Chairman Luther this question, because he's already answered it, and this applies to the Honorable Auku as well. I will go to Namibia, and I would like to ask, how is the Popular Democratic Movement positioning itself to remain competitive and credible in Namibia's evolving political landscape?
One thing that I want to say is that we have a government that is run by a woman, which is a very good thing that we have a woman, but is a woman of 72 years old, who's even struggling to come from a seat to the podium. We have a government that the first gentleman, the husband to the state president, is a former general of the army, so we are partly run by the army. We can't question. We have a state president who 3 days ago suspended the her deputy prime minister and minister of mines and energy, and appointed a minister of defense to be a caretaker of the Ministry of Mines and Energy. What a blunder. We have a parliament that have a very big vacuum now, especially when it comes to the leader of the official opposition. We are still playing that role because the party that was given the role to become the official opposition have clueless leadership. We have an executive that are just of technocrats. In SWAPO, all the politicians that knows politics and so on, they are out. People that were executive directors and so forth is what have come to power to be executive members. And the reason is for the president to protect herself to not have a competitor because these people are politically immature. Now that is the opportunity for PDM to bring these things up, and the whole issues of corruption in the country, the issue of our fish rod, the issue of our well roads and so forth, where we have spoke about it and many people are in prison, is to tell Namibians that we must save our national resources. We must look for opportunities for to have increased employment rate in the country. We have to answer to the issues of the youth. Free education that was introduced is not working. One of the strongest things that our government campaign with is the green energy, especially hydrogen. And they have an executive director of the hydrogen. They have a company that works with a German company as an investing partner in hydrogen. A few months ago, the executive director that leads the hydrogen project in Namibia resigned. And also the Namibian partner with the German partnership to work on the hydrogen project also withdrew from the partnership. Why? Because government is faking these things. They are not sure of what they want to do. They don't have a vision, and things are just not working. So what we are saying is to address the economic issues, to address the challenges, and to say that we need a country that will not just be run by the liberators, but by people that will have a vision for the Namibians. What we are doing now is an internal research and external researchers to see how do we position ourselves and rise and know that we are the party. And also, after every 10 years in Namibia, there is already a party emerging from the ruling party that becomes the official opposition, the same now. And we also want to address that it's not about what is happening, that they are shielding themselves with their own, because after a term or two, these parties are dying. We want to say that we have the experience, we bring the youth on board, the professional on board, everyone that needs to speak. We'll go to Namibians and say, what are we going to do as a party, but also with other opposition to save Namibia and make it a better place.
Thank you. I see Chairman itching. Scratch the itch.
Yes, let me quickly end with this, if that will be my final comment. When you have become a ruling party, don't relax. If you throw caution to the wind and do not represent the interests of the citizens, they will punish the party, not the president. So it's always very good that when you are a ruling party, take actions that will be in favor of the country. Last 2 weeks, I have to suspend 28 key party leaders from the party. The finance minister was suspended, commerce minister, education. I had a press conference and I said, all of you are suspended from the Unity Party. The entire country was shaking. How can the chairman suspend the finance minister? How can the chairman suspend the commerce minister, the minister of health? And I told them, come to my office next week. If you don't come there, I'm going to expel you from the party. If you don't do the right thing, the Liberian people will come and say, when Unity Party was given the second chance, Unity Party never delivered. And it's not going to be on my watch as a chairman of the party to sit there and see government official destroy the social contract with the Liberian people. So I just wanted to add this because many times when you become a ruling party, everything your government do, you only endorse it. That is the wrong way to go. You must have the gut, the audacity to confront some of the evil, even in your party. Then the people know that the political party is dependable and reliable. Thank you.
A lot of learning to do. I don't know whether that does not happen only in Liberia. But anyway, you will now have your say. I want to pass the microphone to the audience. And I think we will take 4 questions maximum. Please be precise. Direct the question to either the first 2 speakers, the keynote speaker and the special speaker, or the panel here. I will take a hand from there. Please kindly introduce yourself and ask your question. Then the lady in the middle, the gentleman, the other side. I see another hand, the other side. And please, if we could have a microphone running around the audience. And we have 10 minutes to accomplish this.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Stephen Amo, a member of parliament from Ghana. My first comment is that, first I'll say IDU and DUA, you are doing a great work. But what I want to say is that we need to support countries and parties that are weaker. We should have a well-defined framework, being resources, being technology, being ideas, whatever it is. Let's begin to have a common platform that will know the weaknesses of each of them so that we can help them. The last thing that I want to say is that I had 2 comments. One said the psychology of the voter from my brother Sami. The other person also made a comment I've forgotten. But what I've come to realize is that there's something we have forgotten all over the world, especially in Africa, psychological contract. Everyone in society has an expectation from somebody he has interaction with in any ecosystem. So we should be careful. What do the teachers want in our country or expect? What do the farmers, the educated ones, non-educated ones? Let us be very deliberate and build a relationship with each of them before the election. Lastly, in my country, I see a weakness. Most of the political parties, whether in government or opposition, they don't operate until the last year of elections. Let us make sure that we work from January to December. And then research and development is key. We don't research, we stay there, and election time, most of our decisions are based on ad hoc. This is what I want to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member from Ghana, for that wise counsel. I think the first concern goes to all of us, and I'm sure that CAS has taken note of this, and my chairperson, the chairman of DUA too, has taken note of that. The lady, please pass for the microphone to the lady.
Thank you very much, and all protocols observed. I am very excited and enlightened by listening to the experiences that are represented by our panelists. And what has excited me most is the common factor that drives winning presidential elections. Theft, controlling the printing of ballot papers, crushing the opposition, a lot of manipulation of even voters. So at one point I thought Kenya has been bewitched, because every time, may our late Prime Minister rest in peace, every time he won elections, but he was never declared the winner, thanks to people from the community I come from, called Murima, who really know how to steal votes and swear themselves in. So it's not just a Kenyan problem. I think it's a political problem. And I think that is why I have never won. I have been running on KANU ticket, but you know, I'm a Christian, I don't steal. So does this mean that we will never win? Thank you.
Do you have to cheat to win? Governor, you will win the next time without cheating. Yes, right there, and then we'll come to you.
Thank you. I am Mungari Okiro. Clearly I'm a young person. From VAR, it's Viable Alternative Republic 3738. Those are articles of the Constitution in Kenya on demonstrations and voting. So I wanted to briefly highlight the Kenyan context, and I'll be very fast, moderator. Of course, we all understand elections are an opportunity for the citizens to renegotiate the social contract. So that is the seriousness with which you should handle elections. So in the Kenyan context, for those who don't know, Kenya, we have regional kingpins like the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, and elections in Kenya are special. It's either you are Raila phobia or you are Raila mania. The Raila phobia, you hate him, so you canvass and have an agenda in your political backyard against him, so that wins you elections. Raila mania, you hold on to his coat and you'll win elections. But then there are some things I think other African countries can learn from Kenya. First of all, let me start with what as Kenyans we can do better on campaign financing. It is hard for young people and vulnerable groups to participate in elections and actually win because there is no campaign financing regulations. In Kenya, we wanted to have it in 2022. Because politicians were going to elections, they did not enact a law around campaign financing. So it makes it hard for young people, of course, who don't have money to campaign into this. Another one is on leveraging technology. Technology is good, but look at what Cambridge Analytica did in Kenya's elections in 2017. Hate speech, misinformation, disinformation. I'm happy a panelist here has addressed it. So as we look forward building our parties, let's address that issue. Another thing is on trust. Africans, we don't trust bodies, we don't trust institutions, and this makes elections expensive. For example, in Kenya, we had BVR kits, biometric voter registration. We went to KIEMS kit. Section 38A of the Elections Act caps the number of voters in a polling station to not more than 700. What does this mean? Each and every election year will be increasing polling centers because we do not trust. Look at how we budget and get election materials. Another thing Kenya has done well and Africa should learn is on dispute resolution in elections. We went through a tough time in 2008, but we developed a new constitution, and election disputes within a year are handled up to the Supreme Court, and we are the first country in Africa to nullify elections. So countries should also pick from this, and politicians, whether in opposition or government, let us trust the processes. Lastly, as I sit down, ideology. African countries, there is a thread. Today you are a person of center right. You lose elections or you win elections. Tomorrow you are a social democrat. You can never say which party you belong to.
Okay. We will give you a platform in future to give the experience of Kenya. The last question, right there.
Thank you. My name is January. I'm a member of KANU, and I have been a contestant in one of the elective positions. But have not succeeded, just like my sister here. Now, I have two issues. One is a question. The other one is a semi-question, semi-comment. And the first question is, it regards expelling of party members, particularly the elected ones. Could the panelists please share with us the experience when you want to expel a party member who is elected for having gone against the party ideologies? What's your experience of that? Because in Kenya, there's nothing like expelling. Yeah, you know that. Yeah, you cannot, I mean, it's very difficult to expel a party member who is elected. Now, the other issue is on funding. And we have had it time and again that the most important aspect of elections or campaigning is funding. And I was just wondering, this may have been so in the times of Abraham Lincoln and what have you, but should it be the single most important aspect of campaigning or of elections? And has anyone gone down to, to break down these campaigning funds? For example, how much do we spend on marketing? How much do we spend on messaging? How much do we spend on logistics? I'm asking this because in Kenya there's another aspect of the campaigning, which is the handouts. Yeah? The handouts. I don't know whether other countries have that aspect in their campaigning. How much, when you call for a meeting, a campaign meeting, do you give the attendants, or attendees, sorry, do you give them handouts? Is there, does it happen in other countries?
Your question,
thank you very much.
has been asked, and that question I will direct to Sami Awuku in his parting shots, because I saw him doing something in Akopeng when we went for his campaigns. I will ask our keynote address speaker to maybe in 1 minute say something related to what has gone on around, and also our special speaker. And then each of the panelists will take a minute to say something as we part.
No, thank you very much. I think all in all, the maybe three takeaways for us is that one, elections are a process, and they require constant and consistent participation in the process from the last election to the next one. So planning is very, very important. Secondly, is the absolute need to mobilize resources for the purposes of not just campaigning but sustaining the political program, as we've already heard from the speakers. And the last one, which I think is absolutely key, and it goes to the leadership of Dua and Cass, is and I think it was also expressed yesterday in one of the panels, is the absolute need for coordination, capacity building, and policy development for the purposes of ensuring that there is content in the outlook of center-right parties and not just meet for the sake of meeting, but what happens in between such gatherings. So the training and capacity building are absolutely important, and that open communication between and amongst parties is something that we need to focus on. Maybe I can conclude by saying that we do need targeted training for young people to make sure that we have the long-term viability of political parties with an outlook of sharing and pooling resources. And then obviously we need to stand up together collectively for the ideals of democracy and speak out against the prevailing injustices which have been so clearly articulated for us. But the key question is, after hearing it, what do we do? And it's the collective and shared action that needs to transpire in support of our colleagues who bear the brutal brunt of dictatorships, terror, and oppression as we see it around the continent. Thank you.
Dr. Govinda.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. I just have one thing to say, and we've all said so much today. I think collectively, as we seated here, I think it's everyone's responsibility. And please listen to what I'm about to say, and I'll repeat it. We need to protect the integrity of the narrative. Let me say that again. We need to protect the integrity of the narrative. Thank you.
Yes. My panelists, maybe begin from the far end, coming towards.
Thank you. Very quickly on suspension. Your constitution must be very clear. When the constitution is clear, you can suspend. 2 weeks ago, I suspended 7 members of our local authority councillors who became independent candidates. And the party was clapping and is supporting the party's decision, because you can't belong to a party and be an independent candidate. at last, let's work about the youth are becoming the most people in the continent of Africa. Let's work against the rift or the fight between us and them, the elders and the youth. Youth must come in to deliver, not just because you are youth, and the elders must allow the youth a chance. And I want to make this statement. Elders, we must not drive the agenda of the youth in the interest of the elders. Let's harmonize and allow our parties and our future also to be determined by those that will live much longer years than us. I thank you.
Mr. Moderator, let me quickly answer my colleague when he asked whether when we call for meetings, you give a handout or token. And you use me as an example. Back in my constituency, to cut down on the cost of giving handout, what I normally do during my campaigns is that I organize water and drinks. You don't have to keep the voter there for too long. When you keep the person for too long, that is when they get tired, they get exhausted, and you then will be drawn into the money matters. So when you are planning campaigns, you need to also look at, I look at campaigns in four, I summarize it in 4 major M. The first M in every campaign, you need money. The second M in every campaign, you need mobilization, because human beings are going to vote. The third M in a campaign, you need a message, that's messaging. The messaging must be targeted and must hit the core of the voter. The last M is management. You need to manage the human beings you have mobilized towards the day of election. What I have seen many polls do in Africa, they inform the political parties what the community needs in an election. But what the polls fail to tell center-right parties is what will influence the voter on the day of election. They are two different things. I may need a library or a market in my community, but on the day of elections, it is not the market that you built that will influence my election. In conclusion, I think winning is a mentality. My sister and my brother said they've been contesting, but they haven't been winning. If you're planning a campaign, it's psychological. People are no longer interested in the long talks. The voter wants to connect with your personal experiences. They must find in you 2 things, a sympathetic ally and a trusted companion. I have seen Kano since the time I came. I've interacted with quite a number of young Kenyans. The Kenyan voters today are confused between the ruling party and the opposition, because every day there's a new arrangement. Today, this party is part of government. Today, this party is out of the government. Today, so for me, I see Kano in a strategic position to win future elections. However, there is a caveat. Kano must have a long shot, an 8-year plan or 10-year plan to win power. Currently, you have 5 or 6 seats in the assembly. That cannot produce a president. I'm being honest with you. I'm a brutally frank guy. And I'll tell you, what you must do is to make sure that you are deliberate in selecting and targeting some constituencies to win and bring to parliament. Once you have that, you form an effective opposition towards another election to win the presidency. Because it will be a tragedy for you to produce a president with a very small minority in parliament. The president will sweat from day one to finish it. And I have seen your organizational abilities. I think you are doing fantastic. But remember, the biggest room in the world is the room for improvement. Let me commend Dua and IDU to Madame Louisa and the team. It's been a pleasure for some of us being here in Kenya, and it's become our second home. And we look forward to visiting again. Thank you.
Let me close this discussion from my viewpoint by letting all of us know that party manifesto does not put food on the table for people. Oh, my party has a manifesto. My party has a vision for the country. The actionable steps you take will build a bridge of trust between the party and the country. And most times in Africa, when the party wins the election, the presidents ignore the party and appoint other people. It has been a history in most African countries. So the party is just in a corner. You have to refuse to be in a corner. You are the progenitor. You are the one who delivered the government. Anything that happened to the government, you'll be punished for decades. And the president will be somewhere lying down. When we took the decision to suspend key members of the government, Minister of Finance, Minister of Health, Minister of Commerce, the president was in GA in New York. And he called me, Mr. Chairman, why are you doing this? I said, sir, with due respect to you, run a country, let me run a party. Sometimes you have to be very strong. Sir, run a country, let me run a party. If these people do not, if they go against party mandate, I will not relent. I will let them know that party have rules. And I'm glad to report that because of that decision we took, out of the 28 ministers, 23 of them complied, came by, sat down with me, and they have been restored to their positions. And the whole country, everybody around, Chairman, thank you. Now, because people believe that once people have high power, we treat them differently. And then we treat the people without power differently. We have to be fair. If we want to transform Africa, political leaders, the people are tired with corruption, they are tired with injustice, they are tired with the same thing, talk without action. Once we political actors begin to put into action the things we say, the people will trust us, and they will entrust us with state power for a long time. Don't be afraid once you are a political institution to take decisions in the best interest of the party and the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I would like to conclude shortly by saying, whether you are in government, whether you are in opposition, and whether you are in a very hostile political environment like ours, the key thing I see is we should be clear, very clear in our messaging, what we are delivering to the people. We should not be ambiguous. And I can tell you right now, no matter what we have communicated, for example, in Tanzania, is if there are no reforms, no election, and it has started affecting the current process which is going on. Some places I was watching, people have not come out and been interviewed, and they are repeating, oh, there is no election today because we didn't do reforms. Bye. So we should always be clear in our messaging as political parties to our audiences. No ambiguity, and the things will work. And lastly, using alliances, I talked about internal alliances, and also the global alliances, our friends, talk to each other, communicate with each other, share your problems, stand for each other as the way we have done. We've been using the DUA, the IDU, our colleagues from various places of the world, and they are speaking for the matter of Tanzania. And we have managed to show the world that the current administration, the current president is thinking in all manners you can name it, and it is working. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. My concluding remarks would be as follows. As a party that we are in government for 5 years, from 2020 to 2025, I think this conference came at the right time because the panelists here have talked valuable lessons for us as Malawi Congress Party that will take home. As a party, we met last week on 22nd October, where we resolved that we need to have a review or postmortem of what really pushed us out of government. Because frankly speaking, if it is a president in Malawi who has done tremendous infrastructure development within a short space of time, it is our president, Dr. Lazarus Makate Chakwera. So everyone was shocked with the results. That's why we thought of constituting an independent or identifying an independent consultant to do a postmortem for us. Thereafter, we'll discuss the recommendations that will come from that survey. So to DUA and all the institutions that have been involved in organizing this meeting, maybe we'll formally come with a request to you. Please don't hesitate to help us. And as I said that, especially the chairman from Liberia, we have taken variable lessons for what you are doing, because what we observed, there was a distance, or there was a gap between the State House and the party. That has also greatly assisted in pushing us out of government, because our members felt they were left out. They did not benefit from the party that they worked for 26 years to go into government. Thank you so much.
Magnanimity in defeat. We've seen that, experienced this today from the case of Ghana, the case of Liberia in the past, and the case of Malawi. Ladies and gentlemen, I do not have to summarize the proceedings because you've helped me to do that. I would like you to join me in thanking our keynote speaker, special speaker, and this panel of experts, certainly people who have been in the field and have learned a lot for the success of this conversation, session, that has been really intriguing, and for me a great honor to stand in as a moderator. A round of applause for all of those. And also a bigger round of applause for the moderator. Thank you very much. I would like to bring this session to a close and to hand the microphone to my chairperson, the chairman of DUA, or the general secretary, to guide us, the moderator of moderators, to guide us in the next stages of our program. Thank you very much, and God bless you all.
Don't leave, don't leave. Kindly don't leave. Don't leave, just have your seat. Okay, thank you so much. So for the young people, you've heard that the young people must bring something meaningful to the table, and the old people must let the young people bring something meaningful. So don't always provide for us. Thank you.
Before they take the cake. So, don't worry, I know I've been told what to do.
Okay, so before our panelists have their seat back, I'm going to call Anne Karuga to help me give them their gift for doing a wonderful job today. Anne?
Yeah.
And for our keynote speakers, you also need to join us. No, it's just yeah.
Okay, we'll be upstanding.
No, just give.
Because what I was telling you that after the previous session,
No, this is for just for the party.
Our moderator. Oh. Yeah, so it's like everyone is tired, right? So I would request you to stand up for a bit. We need to stretch in a Kenyan way. Just stand. We really want to stretch ourselves in a Kenyan way. So we understand that we're in a political party, a political space, and sometimes we get a lot of stress. These discussions are not easy. We're constantly involved mentally, and sometimes it's just nice to let go. And being that we are young people and young at heart as well, we're going to stretch to one of our songs. So we kindly urge all of you to stand. Yes, you're still young at heart. We believe in you. There's a song that was trending during our 2024 finance bill demonstrations, and it's called Anguka Nayo, which means you go down with something. Yeah? So what we do is you move with your hands, yeah? And you squat a bit. You dance and you go to the front, okay? So they're going to play the song and we're all just going to try. Remember, we're all young at heart. We can dance. We can do this. Just sing the music. Yes.
Shaskia tukiingia ni kublast huko ngabado unachukua matanzo anguka nao itabaki mflo na vibe anguka nao kako single for now mdagi mteja patikani hadi late night saa 6 ndo taniwai nikupini location alikofana na hii sukate call niko chomba ya G mimi najua utakuwa irizo riris acha nikushow kwanza form ya Didon nishashika mpoa na twende chini kwa chini akiwa hadi na mimi sasa tunasikiza Shin City tuna feel free take a video na post pale NGC jina ni Kantel Kurapsi ni talent G anguka nao anguka nao twende down low now stand up to your feet mikono juu alafu click uliza pesa alafu one leg anguka nao one leg anguka nao anguka nao anguka nao anguka nao
Ikibamba sana basi pull it up.
So this is another common dance
from the top.
You call Donjo Mabel. So you just
Kwa majina ni yani waka Ikibamba sana basi pull it up. Selecta cheza doba once from the top. Donjo Mabel. Tunisha speaker, we mash it up. Fire, we light it up. Donjo Mabel. Tuko tao, CBD kwa penthouse. Wanadhani CBD ni guesswork, lakini jua bidii tunazoza. Na ni magrami tundo tunangoja. Donjo Mabel, kwa mdomo ni kubel. Na doba Johnny Mwaki ukipenda email. Napendwa na mapen, na wote Johnny Ten. Nikikusalimia unanijibu tu Mabel. Napenda vile makala wamekuja wamebeba. Napenda vile mamanzi wamekuja wameiva. Ikibamba sana basi pull it up. Selecta cheza doba once from the top. Donjo Mabel.
Thank you so much. Thank you. We hope that now you're feeling a bit relaxed, re-energized towards the end of the session. So So remember, you see the perks of having young people in your party. That's why our directors never grow old. Yes. So at this juncture, we are going to welcome our executive director.
Thank you so much. I know you have seen my face so many times today. And at this particular point in time, I would like to recognize the presence of the chairperson of DUA. And maybe she could give us a few words before then we can move to the next session. Kindly. Madam Louisa.
As you said, thank you so much, Executive Director. I think it's a good afternoon, right? Yeah. You said few words, so I'll have few words for you, but from a passionate heart. I would like to take the opportunity to thank you all, especially to the leadership of KANU. We are extremely grateful to you. You have done a great job facilitating all this, the coordination. I remember when we came to meet you in August, it was like going to be a huge task when we laid everything before you. But one after the other, you took your time, and here we are. We are almost at the end of the road, right? Tonight we are ending with a big dinner, a get-together for all of us. So I would like to thank you once again. And to my board, I will never, finish this by mentioning you. You have been a great support, cherished members. Thank you for traveling all the way here. Some of you had to go through a lot of challenges, but you are here. And our strategic partner, the Konrad Adenauer Foundation, thank you for all you do. Over the years, you've been with us. And Dr. Israel, he was here, Dr. Israel Carroll. Yes, thank you so much for the support. And City Group, we are grateful to you all. We hope to keep this as it is and make our bond stronger. We are a family, never forget that. And let's keep in touch, look for each other, especially in these critical times when we're having a lot of things going on today. Tanzania, I don't know how to call it, an election or whatever. But I don't know how this is when a country is going into an election without the main opposition leader, the main opposition party being involved. I don't know how to call this, but I leave it up to you. May God help us in this journey. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Chair of DUA. And just as she has said, there's a lot of work that has been put to ensure that this was a success. And I come from a tribe in Kenya which is known for its sophisticated use of the linga. And I would say that it would be extensively erroneous of myself not to recognize the young people and the young team that has been behind to ensure that this place looks as beautiful as it does. So if you allow me, I'd just like them to come in front. Let us just clap and appreciate them. And then that is it. Kindly. This is the amazing team. There are others who like being behind, not to be known. I'd like also to recognize the presence of our Deputy Organizing Secretary, the brains behind the work that has been done. Teddy Kasich, thank you so much. Yes. And just as I've said, this is the team that has helped ensure that things are moving, the flow of things. And they have lacked sleep. Some of them have gotten to the office as early as 4 a.m. in the morning based on the pressure that was there. And I would like to say that, of course, thank you so much for ensuring that this is a success. Thank you so much. At this particular point, then I would also like to indicate that there is a program that will be after this. Of course, I would like now maybe to call upon the DUA office. They have something for us. And then after that, we shall revert to having a conversation about what happens next, of course, for our delegates and the directions that will come thereof. Thank you so much. So, what's your name? Okay. Yes. So, Emmanuel, of course, will do the next bit and the next aspect of this. And then we will continue.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to visit your office, KANU. Hearing KANU from the outside feels or gives a different vibe. But when you enter the KANU premise, it's a different thing altogether. And another round of applause for them. The place looks organized. It feels like home. All right. It's a privilege that you posted us here. At this point, we're about to have a little exercise done. DUA doesn't exist just by name. And as members and participants in this struggle, it is instructive that we have an insignia, an emblem, that serves as a constant reminder. While there are so many other options aside the philosophies that DUA upholds, the board, the chair of DUA have found it instructive to leave each and every participating party and country with this emblem that is to be a constant reminder. If you ever forget yourself, anytime you walk into your office, this presentation we're about to do should serve as a constant reminder anytime that you see it. Without saying much words, I would invite to join me upstage the chairperson of DUA. A round of applause for her, please. Madam Louisa Atta Ajiman. And then the board members of DUA, please join us upstage. All board members of DUA present, kindly join us upstage. We're waiting for you, please. Board members of DUA, please join us upstage. Members of the board members, in whichever order.
Okay, IFP, my Secretary General is here, so maybe we just... Deputy Minister, Transport, please show him some love. Renamo.
No, leave it there. It's time.
This is for Namibia. Okay. This is for the ruling party in Liberia. Trevor Luther. Okay. Okay, you can read it.
Goes to Democratic Party of Democratic Party Uganda.
Christine Mugewa. Okay, I missed her. No, maybe someone else.
This one goes to our multi-party KANU, Kenya.
Okay, now this is for Chadema, Tanzania.
The next one goes to our member party in Nigeria, PDP. party, MPM.
Oh, you're nice.
The next one goes to our member party, NGC, Sierra Leone. Next one goes to Namibia, to our member party, NGC. No, sorry, not Namibia. Sierra Leone. Our member party, People's Movement for Democratic Change, Sierra Leone. Member party in Morocco, Istiklal Party. Unfortunately, they are not here, but they will get it.
So you can.
Party in Equatorial Guinea, Democratic Center Union. Unfortunately, they are not here because they missed their flight. Yeah. This one goes to South Africa, to our member party, African Christian Democratic Party. This one is for our other member party, in Cote d'Ivoire, PDCI. Unfortunately, they are not here because they just had their election on 25th, so that you know also the situation in Cote d'Ivoire. Similarly, close to Tanzania. For our member party in Togo, FDR.
Forces Democratic Ruler Republic.
This one goes to Accra, to our member party, New Patriotic Party, NPP.
The symbol of patriotism in Ghana.
And on this note, I would ask that we give ourselves a big round of applause and a big round of applause to our board members and the chair. We can do better, we can do better, we can do better. Thank you very much, board members and chair. We're going to do two things, then we're out of here. The penultimate thing would be, as in the last but one thing, would be
we also have a special appreciation for our partners, especially to the Konrad Adenauer Foundation, and then Dr. Israel Govender, and then the City Group. But as I speak to you now, they are locked at the hotel, so we will make a special arrangement and then give it to them. Please say a big thank you with a round of applause to our partners who made this possible, and we thank you, our host parties, KANU and then DP. Thank you so much.
all right, back to the last two things that we're going to do. A lady will join me upstage from the host party to wrap up everything that we've done here with a vote of thanks. Kindly join me upstage. Once she's done, we're going to have our group photography here. I would mouse the stage and then assist us with the order of photography.
Hello. Oh, sorry. But it's good we are awake now. Some of us were kind of sleeping. I'm sorry, I also have a powerful voice. I tell people that a short man is not a boy. Anyway, thank you so much, everyone. And our role here is one and very clear. And we want to appreciate each and every one of you. My name is Elifet Omar. Elifet Omar is a strategist by profession, graduated with a Bachelor of Science in Strategic Management from the Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. And right now, part and parcel of the technical team under KANU Youth Congress. And with God's grace, I've been given also a responsibility responsibility under the General KANU strategic team. Thank you, and I now take it back to my colleague for an introduction.
Distinguished guests, my voice is not as powerful. So, thank you very much for each one of us who is here. My name is Mwangwa Temo Lucy. I am a Kenyan lawyer by profession. I am part of the National Executive Committee of the KANU Party. I am also the chairperson of Human Rights and Gender Affairs Committee in the Young Democracy Union of Africa. And lastly, I am part of the Elections Board.
So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, my name is Elifet Ouma, and I'll start by giving our vote of thanks, beginning with the presidency of the Democracy Union of Africa, Miss Louisa Atta. Thank you so much. It has been an honor. For the first time, I know you. I've only been watching you. When I heard of DUA and I was going to take part in it, I had to know the board itself, and that is where I knew you, led by you, the DUA leadership, the Secretary General, the Vice Chairperson, and all the board, and honorable leaders from different political parties, including Malawi, South Africa, comrades power. Yes, we acknowledge South Africa, and also the membership of the Conservative Party, United Kingdom, partners CAS. Thank you so much for also enabling us and giving us an enabling environment. I have been part of it, the leadership training, and also Oslo as well. Thank you so much. That is under the Sub-Saharan Africa, under the patronage of Dr. Holger Dix. Let's appreciate him, ladies and gentlemen. Let's appreciate him. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. We honor you, we adore you, and may you keep on touching lives all over Africa and the world at large. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we are so honored to have had you here. The youths appreciate this team once again, these amazing people. The KANU Youth Congress, thank you so much. They have been a good team, and they have given me a part. Personally, I didn't used to love politics, but for the first time, KANU has given me a reason to participate in politics and have a reason to say that I have somewhere to call home. Let's appreciate the KANU leadership. And the YDUA board member, and also we would like to also, as much as we are bringing the curtains down today, as we draw the curtains on the remembrance and also remarkable DUA Forum 2025, I am more than honored on behalf of the independence and long-standing party KANU since the year, who can tell us it was said here? 1960. It was much earlier, 1947. Appreciate yourselves for trying. Yes, the honorable party to have the distinction to offer my vote of thanks and also appreciate all of you. Let me hand over to my beautiful colleague as well.
He hasn't told you that besides being beautiful, we have really brilliant minds here, as you can see. And I'd like to pose a challenge to Madame Louisa. Do you know where is she? Oh, she's here. Madame Louisa, we are coming up very quickly, and we really appreciate your mentorship so that we can bring the presidency of the Democracy Union of Africa to Kenya. And by virtue of being in the Young Democracy Union, I am hoping that we are going to have a conversation on the same, and we see how we can come back home. Yes. Besides that, I'd like to thank our Kenyan partners, that is Oslo Center of Multi-Party Democracy, the Westminster WFD, Netherlands Institute of Democracy, Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, and the Democracy Union Committee at large. I'd also like to appreciate the KANU technical team that is made up of the youth and the women. Your energy went a long way in making this event a success. We also thank the administration of the party for giving us an opportunity to showcase our skills here. As you can see, we are up to task. So internationally, please Human resource, you can always get it from KANU. Also, we'd like to thank our party chairman, Honorable Gideon Kipsele Moi, in his absence, for being so gracious with this space. As you can see, we take Greening Kenya very seriously. Tell me of a party whose headquarters look like this. Don't you love the scenery out there? Exactly. So we are a party to benchmark. All the other parties are welcome to benchmark on how you can create beautiful spaces that are very friendly to each and every person in the area. And we'd also like to thank the honorable members of parliament who took that time to come here, the members of county assembly, the branch officials, and all members of the branches. We are honored to have you here today. We also thank the protocol team, the hospitality team, and security for making sure that our needs are well catered for. And I mean, what is a meeting without food? So we are really appreciative for the delights we've had today. And we're looking forward to our good lunch after this. I hope your stomachs are ready. As I proceed, I'd also like to thank the Almighty God and Allah, in whom all things happen. So we are here because He is. And as we depart here today, may the spirit of Dua live long in us. May the spirit of democracy reverberate in each and every country. As we go back to our various countries, let us have the ripple effect of the Dua Forum 2025 in Nairobi. And we look forward to seeing you in more activities. And let us be bound together by the cords of change and democracy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. As we now leave.
Before we leave, just an announcement. For all the delegates and the guests, we have the tracks ready for you, so you will go to the tracks immediately after this so that you can have a feel of the Kenyan safari. But before that, we as KANU are a very hospitable party, as you can see, and very generous. So you have a small token of appreciation for each and every one of you. So as you go, you'll get a token of appreciation and packed lunch. That is for the delegates. For the honorable members of county assembly and the branch officials, branch chairman, the youth wing and the women leagues, and all members of the women and the youth leagues, you're requested to kindly stay behind. Thank you.
Thank you so much. She said what actually I wanted to say. So thank you so much once again, and all the best. Enjoy your tour as well.
Thank you so much. Those are members of our youth league, and maybe just to close up, I would like now to call upon the delegates so that we can have a photo session, and then thereafter we can break or rather attend to the cars that will be taking us through. So if you may please kindly just join me on this podium, that would be. Our delegates kindly join us on the podium and the board. Yes. With me alive.
Thank you. Niye jamara di terueni, ekwata gani go.